On today's agenda, it's going to be about us trying to get the memento bag. That's really important. And we don't have to worry about guns anymore. So really just memento, because we got liberty as well. And then just trying to get better pieces. And then just full send to 1000 shade. What's up, Chris? What up, Callie? Wilsonburg, hello. Erie, there's a football game going on or something like that. Or it might be over, I don't know. But I've been seeing Twitter blow up about it. So that's probably why your neighbors are loud. What up, Neo? What up, Splat? Vibes, hello. So yeah, we have a few things to do. We gotta get the
Agent, Pilot Torres is cleared for transport to Kenley College.
memento bag. Right? That's kind of a big deal.
Entering safe area.
We had to get contractors, Fox's Prayer. We need to maybe get a better one of these. We need to get better rolls to max out our gear with. We need to get, a chain killer. Eventually like a better holster, but like this is fine. We're not gonna bother claws out because we're restricting ourselves from farming the DZ as well. Delete everything that isn't important. Maybe I could actually use that. But yeah, it's like we just need to make sure our build is tankier, and that's what Memento's gonna do. And we need to get more damage outputs so that when we encounter situations where we're not like one-shotting things, that like we can build our chain killer up quick. Anyways, looking at the map, all the zones look pretty bad for the stuff we're looking for. I mean, I guess I could farm Petrov here specifically for contractors, but that's not as influential of a damage gain now as it will be later. So we're gonna ignore that. And then for the other stuff, like, yeah, I could go do claws out, but like I'm not going to. So let's go here. Is this game done and on life support? Yes. Because the optimization station exists. Cassie opens in 3 minutes. I don't think I need the M1A anymore. Anyways. So let's recap on what is worth grinding content-wise, right? The summit, we gotta get ourselves to floor 90 for the, this bit of content to be good for item acquisition, just in a general sense, because this content lets you choose what is target loot. So like, go for a Fox's Prayer at some point, go for a Contractors at some point. Should probably have it on backpacks, because that's the single largest thing we could gain with right now. Eventually, we have to go farm Walker, because they're going to be, since we're not going to rely on DZ items or like raid items, that we're going to have to run 2 Walker here for the weapon damage and damage to armor. The damage to armor that's here, the 5%, should be more valuable than if I had a Providence holster with like 15 headshot in a fully optimized version of this build. Because like you should already have a ton of headshot. And we're just gonna do this on challenging. Actually, no. Should we do? The problem with running heroic for progression is that we could run into things that can't be headshotted. So that could go really slowly. Plus, we just gotta get the floor 90. So I'm gonna leave it on challenging, I think. I don't know. I guess, I'll leave it on challenging. I don't want to deal with heroic. Not yet. The objectives are going to be really annoying, so. Heroic is better when it's like completely juiced up with directives, but like you do that like when your survivability feels good, and the objectives in this content, as we get our way to floor 90, are just not that exciting. You'll be put in a lot of vulnerable positions. I'm very reliant on my shield to keep me alive, and I really don't want to waste time, so we'll just play on challenging for now. Let's see here. 3 floors in 15 minutes or less. 3 floors of the sidearm. Yeah, sure. We got rogues to start off. Great. Fantastic. Literally just started the stream. And we're on a headhunter build, so that's really bad for... This is really bad to use against rogues.
Rogue assault turret detected.
It works out though. The good thing is Liberty is like a just an insanely powerful pistol. Cold relation god roll? Okay, dude. Too bad that gun's not good. Yeah, some other stuff. Alright, done with rogues.
Terminal in hostile control. Terminal destroyed.
The timing. Excuse me. What's up, bearded? Just getting started, dude. Ugh. If we get lucky and see
Rogue strike
Memento
drone
randomly
detected.
drop, like, within the next 20 floors, that'd be awesome.
Assault drone detected.
This is an example of the type of room I don't like. Laptop interactions. Annoying drones. I could have put the directive on for like pistol only or something. It would have been like free experience. But it's not that big of a deal.
Terminal
How I feel about Scorpio? It's a shotgun. Memento's good for everyone that's playing solo. But Scorpio's a shotgun. It's a pretty good shotgun, but it's a shotgun. It's not practical when you're evaluating the weapon at like a... compared to like, again, I evaluate everything based off of whether or not it can like set a new record or something.
Rogue assault turret detected.
And Scorpio's not setting any records. Scorpio's pretty good, but it's not,
Incinerator turret
it's a shotgun, so it's not gonna set records. Okay. Get another challenge going. Bleeding, blinding, no. Sniper stuff. All the ones I would ever care about are right here. Just shooting things in the head. A lot of these are things I would never do. I guess we could try weak point. Which time of the last 2 years in Div 2 did you enjoy the most? TU5 and TU6 because Eagle Bear was good. And the Eagle Bear when it was good. And when Dark Hour speedrunning was like actually cool. Back when Berserk was a thing. Those are good time periods in this game. Like Dark Hour, speedrunning at TU5, and all the meta shifts that happened then, plus having Eagle Bear. That was fantastic, and that gun was nuts. And then like they nerfed the Eagle Bear a bit, but it was still really good. But then they also made it so FAMAS could have an extended mag, and they had perfect talents come out in TU6. What's up, Kashi? What up, Ace?
EMP jammer detected nearby.
I hate this objective too. Oh my god, there's 2 of those things?
EMP jammer deployed.
You want me to stand on that side?
EMP jammer destroyed.
There we go. PHX, what up, dude? I gotta climb, I just got a capacitor. I gotta climb. Smart his favorite, never gonna use it. I gotta climb the summit to floor 90. Sure. 20 floors. Gave us caches too. That's right, these are just materials. I don't think I found a key. Okay. The lock is just floating there. I didn't find the key. So why don't we go to floor 90? I'm gonna try to, you know, squeeze out any sort of summit challenges out of this mode that we can. I don't really care about trying to do all sorts of dumb objectives with like builds I don't even have. So I'm only gonna do the ones that even make sense to do. Because the time to reward ratio on doing some dumb challenge is not gonna be worth the time, you know? God, it's so satisfying to just tap heads in this game. Oh boy. Headshot challenges? Yeah, I already did them. That's the thing. I did the ones that like make sense to do because they're free. But the ones that aren't free, that are like, oh, go shotgun somebody, then go snipe somebody, then go and, you know, hop on one foot and do 5 360s in a row type challenges that like, no. I can bother with those. The challenge div tuners aren't worth doing. Just pretend they don't exist and focus on what's important. That's the thing about this game. There's a lot of like random stuff that like, yo, it's like, oh, there's a reward structure in this mode. Maybe I should do it because it's the best way to get rewards, right? And it's not really true. You can take every sort of thing in this game and try to see like how quickly you can do it. Like always, if you always evaluate everything in terms of like how long it's going to take to do something versus what you get out of doing the thing, and you will learn very quickly like what's worth your time and what isn't in this game. And that's why our character's already doing what it's doing with such a bad loadout compared to like what my maxed out gear looks like on my main character. Above? No? Yeah, there's only 2 pistols that are exotic in this game that are, and they're both good for what I'm doing. The Liberty is good, period. And the Regulus is a raid weapon, but like a more satisfying pistol to be using for this sort of thing. Liberty's good. It's actually like, it's very reliable and it's got a 9-round mag and it's got like really good attachments. The talent's completely useless for what we're doing, but it's all about the damage stats on it and the attachments. It's just a really good weapon, passively.
System reactivated.
I'm pulling out my shield right now because I'm rushing these guys so fast. How long did it take to get past Shade 1? Really not. We've only been in the end game for like 6 hours, but that's because we're not focusing on experience, really. We're not on the part of the game where we have to worry about our shade rank. We're in the part of the game where we have to get our fundamental gear. The gear that's responsible for the most amount of like power that we can gain in the build. Making sure like, you know, we have making sure we have Memento. We already got a Liberty, and Liberty's not even maxed out, but it's in pretty good shape. Like those 2 exotics, just by themselves, are really like crucial to what we're doing because the pistol's just amazing, and the backpack is like the easiest way to just be really tanky and have like good damage output no matter what you're doing while you're solo. So those 2 exotics alone, you can just use those all the way to Shade 1000. Let's go down there. And we need to get our weapon damage up, and we need to get a chain killer chest, because like we need to make sure that our you know,
end of the
even though we
day,
don't have Regulus, that
solid FPS
hopefully our
is gonna
gun
be
can one-shot
landing
stuff,
solid headshots and,
so that
you know, melt
the next
people.
guy gets one-shotted thanks to, you know, thanks to the talent. Because the Headhunter talent is... So when there are no talents for you to pick from, right, when you're leveling up, this is the order. It's like brand bonuses and... Well, it's... Yeah, brand bonuses are the strongest thing you can go after in the early game. Once talents are a thing, then talents are the strongest thing to go after, period. Eventually, when you're starting to get well-rolled gear, then having like maxed out attributes also supplements your output in this game. But like the talents are the most important. When exotics enter the field, those are also like, well, the exotics I mentioned anyways, like they're very influential, very powerful by themselves.
Active terminal detected.
So like we're going for the things that can give us the biggest return on investment. So like if we get a memento now, we can basically brute force our way through Heroic 5 Directive while like while we have our legs kicked up and we're just chilling, like we barely have to try. Like that's how good that item is for solo play. Headhunter is really important. That was the talent that we found at level 30, which carried us through the Woni campaign very quickly. And that's why I saved my level 30 Headhunter chest, so that I could use that on my other characters that need to be leveled to 40 in the future. So yeah, Headhunter being like, you know, the headshot based talent that like everyone should use when they're solo, like it's fantastic. And yeah, it's like you're gonna be like, oh wait, but you gotta hit headshots, my aim sucks. It's like, keep practicing.
Tech detected.
And believe me when I say that when you run Headhunter with a pistol and a shield where like, you know, you're actually like pretty tanky, it's not as bad as it sounds.
Rogue striker drone detected.
You know, you're not gonna be hitting super long range headshots or whatever like I do with the controller, maybe without some practice, but the tankiness with the shield and the pistol affords you the opportunity to push all your enemies and basically look at them and take your time in lining up a shot. Because I'm using Liberty, I feel like I have to actually get a little crit chance in this build eventually. Did I like Cyberpunk? Yeah. That game was really cool. I don't upload a whole lot on YouTube. You might still be able to go to my Twitch channel right now and go to the VODs, and if you want to see like how I played through Cyberpunk, because I put in a lot of time on that game. I enjoyed it. I am sad that it's over with, but I like the story and stuff. Laser with the 20-month resub. Welcome back, dude. Appreciate the community support. Says you deleted a character. No, this is a new account, man. This is a whole new account. This is my second account where I bought it for $3 before Woni came out or whatever for the Hunter skin, and then I bought Woni for $9 like a couple days ago.
Terminal detected.
So it cost me $12 to get a new account. Stop shooting them at that distance and just push them. It's stupid to pay for a new account. I mean, a new account is a new copy of the game. But lucky for us, it's super cheap these days, so if you're as bored as I am, you know, you buy another copy of the game, whatever.
Sending
The reason I even bothered to do this though was to like, again, the whole point was to show like the type of things you can do when you know the game, like what kind of route to take or whatever to basically catch up to all the endgame guys like very fast, because this game's not as hard as people think. It's just 90% knowledge. We're doing this right now on challenging just to speed through it, because I'm not trying to waste my time on these lower floors. The lower floors aren't even worth the investment from a farming perspective. The whole point is that we're rushing the floor 90, but I have it on challenging because at least like I'll see high ends instead of purples, since purples are irrelevant within the first hour of you reaching the level 40 endgame. Division needs a more complex build system because it's too easy. Yeah. I know, they made it too easy. But that's what happens when a bunch of people that come over from Destiny that want this game to basically be their escape from Destiny but still like Destiny don't want to adapt to the circumstances that the game was in at the time when they joined up. This game, the people that like the looter shooter genre, like the Destiny is the gateway drug, and it's unfortunate because it's like that's the standards that people expect all RPG based like loot systems to be based off of, just like chase one number and a bunch of like horizontal progression, I guess. But builds are more than just one number. Unfortunately now, builds are, in this game are really just pick a color and pick 3 talents. Yeah, in the first year of this game, the loot system they came out with was interesting. It took a while to figure out. I get why it was painful for the average player to like understand it and get used to it and stuff, but at the same time they took it too far in the other direction of making it too dumb and too simple, too easy, and they lost all the real here. They lost like all the thinking that goes into like the build, pretty much. Like it's literally a choice. Like for the people that are new, they're like they gotta think about it more, I guess, until they learn it. But it's really just as simple as choosing how you want to kill things, which is a red or yellow choice. Knowing that you, because of the way the enemies are designed, that like you pretty much shouldn't be going for a headshot build unless you play Headhunter, which means for a gun build it's literally a choice of just getting crit. So that isn't a choice, really. It's, you don't have a choice because that's the only choice. And then it just comes down to the weapon type that you want to use and the talents that you want to combine. And even then, with the talents, like if you look at objectively at all the talents that exist on the chest and the backpack, you can reduce that list down to the ones that are actually worth your time, down to like 4 to 5 talents on the chest and like 1 talent on the backpack. Unless you want to use Memento. So that's where we're at. You know, you asked me how a build was in year 1. It was like some big brain shit compared to this, you know, like it was crazy. We're running these numbers that represent the stats from, and everyone had a combination of reds and blues and yellows or some mix because that was like what you did. So you can unlock different talents and different categories, different restrictions. You ran certain brands that like you weren't using them for the brand bonuses. You're using them because they were like giving you some passive stats that in a higher or lower amounts based off the brand profile. I don't know, it was really cool. It was a really intricate system. Far more interesting to talk about than what we have now. In this, you don't really even chase RNG as much anymore either. Because once you know what you're going for, and once you have something that even resembles what you're going for, then you can replace any sort of grind for loot with a grind for shade rank. Like, you'll see what I'm talking about. Once I have something that looks like the build with the stats in the right places, it'll go up to max bars pretty quick after that. A high-end pistol, you'd probably just run a regular D50. You gotta remember, Headhunter is about hitting a big number in a single shot. So which pistol hits the hardest in a single shot? What's up, Robbie? Finish your homework. Yeah, I don't know what kind of work you gotta do, but and like what class you're talking about. However, I will say, stay in school, kids. All right. Depending on the class and depending on what your career goals are, some of those things you learn can be pretty nice, pretty applicable to getting a good job. Data analytics and stuff. Nice. I can't really go wrong with the tech job. Can't really go wrong with that. With Massive working on Avatar and Star Wars games, like I'm probably gonna play both of them. At the very least, you know they're gonna look really, really insane on their engine, and with how their artists, with how good their artists are at making their environments, it's gonna look pretty crazy. I wonder if they're gonna be like open world RPGs as well, like where we have builds.
EMP jammer destroyed.
It's crazy, dude. Like from a tech standpoint, like their engines are nuts, and like games look really good. Like netcode wise, for like at least for PvP, for honestly, the Dark Zone. I mean, that's different story. That definitely has a lot to be desired. But like from a single player co-op perspective, it should be pretty good. The snowflake engine. That's funny. It's the snowdrop engine, but the snowflake engine's a funny name for it. Ring Division 3? Yeah, we do. Too bad. We probably won't see it for like 5 years. That's the sad part.
Terminal in hostile control. System back online. Terminal destroyed. System failed. System restored.
Oh, he saw me. Make Montreal work on Division? I don't know. I don't know if that would happen. Division 1 is what put Massive on the map. I don't think they could just give that up to somebody else.
System malfunctioning. System back online. System disrupted.
I hate these EMP jammers because I can't use my shield this time while I'm in this stuff.
System restored. System malfunctioning. System reactivated. System disrupted. System restored. System curtailed. System reactivated. System malfunctioning.
Red Storm could handle development. I think if Red Storm was going to do anything with the Division, they'd make their own Division game.
System disrupted.
Just make their own PvP Division title. Complete spin-off.
System restored. System malfunctioning.
That's what I was hoping for. Like I tweeted about it like a couple of days ago, almost like a week ago now, I think.
System reactivated.
Forget. Oh, this is not. Oh, it is. Did I find the key? Didn't find the key. porting Div 2 to the new consoles. All they're doing is adding a patch that lets them have 60 FPS on new consoles. That's pretty standard for everyone else that's got games that are just going to work on the newer consoles. That doesn't mean they're going to add more content. The old consoles, from a development standpoint, are still a big old ball and chain on their ankle. Obfuscation does mean the end of Div 2. And yes, this game has unrealized potential. But the obfuscation is an end-of-life feature. That's how it was in Div 1. That's how it is in this game. Because it literally devalues the effort, the grind. It gives more people with less time a guaranteed avenue to have maxed out builds and just be done with the game. And so if there is a Division 3, let's say in 5 years, it's going to have the same problem that Division 2 had when it came out. You're going to have a bunch of people that are new to the game that have only ever played a Division game with an obfuscation, coming into a Division 3 wondering where the obfuscation is and complaining that they have to grind and that they don't understand what's going on because the game is different. Same thing happened with Div 2. Go around for it at launch. So like a Division 3 that decides to give in to all that feedback and pressure from like the maintenance audience versus the like pioneer audience or whatever, like we're gonna see like literally the same thing. We're gonna see some innovation in a bunch of space, like when it comes to like the RPG and whatnot in a Div 3, and then we're gonna see it probably get downgraded back to something little to no grind and eventually a obfuscation again if they repeat the same decisions that they've been repeating. Ah, the explosion.
Serious trauma detected.
Fire turret.
Agent killed.
My grind momentum right now, I'm doing two things. I'm trying to get the floor 90 while also looking for backpacks. Yeah, don't get me wrong, chat. I want more content in this game too. I wish I was wrong, but all signs point to this game being done. And I'm not one to get all like hopeful and optimistic and hyped up about something so I can get let down in the future. That's the sad truth about this game. The sad truth, yeah.
EMP jammer detected
Sad truth.
nearby. System restored.
Yeah, it's exactly why you shouldn't get hyped up over trailers and stuff. Like, you should be like, oh, that's cool. I'm gonna put that on my radar and look more closely as there's more and more information revealed about it. Like Route Riders, I'm excited to have a new looter shooter to play. I'm optimistic that it'll be pretty well rounded for what it is, but like the real side of it's also gonna be like, you know, end game wise. Can I push 2,000 hours in that game the way I did in this game? I don't know. Doubtful. I'll probably get a good 200 hours out of it though, when it comes out, minimum. But we'll know more when the demo comes out, February 25th.
High-risk target approaching.
That's it. You're all dead.
What? Oh, he actually did come out of the scene. Cause yeah, like the good thing about Outriders, which I like about how have been talking about their game and stuff, is that they have already shown the classes and they've like shown some details about, you know, the perks and the skills, and they've shown the loot system, and they seem pretty transparent about what the hell's going on, to the point where like they're even gonna have a public demo where like anyone can just download it and check it out themselves. So like that's great. They are also a dev team that has had some, you know, made some cool games in the past. One of my favorites of theirs was Bulletstorm. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with that game, but that game was really cool. It's a third-person shooter with like a lot of like creativity, I think, with like how you kill people and stuff. That's cool.
Hang 10 seconds. Deploying UAVs. Here we go.
Yeah, I never played the Painkiller series, but like that's like an OG shooter if I'm not mistaken. The reason I was aware of Painkiller is because, like, you know, back in my day, in the PC Gamer magazine delivered to your doorstep days, pretty sure there was talk of PC Gamer Mag about Painkiller and about like Fatality, who was like the first ever like esports pro and stuff, like winning stuff in that game, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's just one of those OG FPS games, so it's cool that, you know, a dev studio involved in the good old days, making some cool games along the way. Also making Outriders. That makes me believe that when we play the demo on the 25th, that like the shooting in the game should feel pretty good, at the very least.
Took a bullet. Cover fire!
Oh, come on. That guy was ready. Jesus. Spawned a suicider right on top of me.
Hostage situation nearby.
Clear. Isn't there challenges that I should still have? Oh, still a climber. Cool. I want to go back to Div 1 because there's nothing to do in that game either. When I played Div 1, I played Div 1 from the very beginning. I played every update. I played every update in this game too. Hello? Massive? I played every update in Div 1 and 2, and I have a completely maxed out character in Div 1. I don't want to have to do that again. In this game, I originally didn't want to bother, but, you know, the game isn't so old that, like, you know, people completely forgot about it. I enjoy playing this game more passively than I would Division 1.
Field terminals detected nearby.
The only thing that'd be fun in Division 1 would be like survival, but survival unfortunately is something that I played a lot of and memorized the map so well that like it isn't really a challenge anymore either. It's just be like I would only be playing Division 1 from a nostalgia standpoint. If I was gonna play games from a nostalgia standpoint, I would start playing some DOS games or something. Or like play some Diablo 2 or Counter-Strike 1.6, something a little bit more older but with, you know, more age behind it.
Terminal controlled.
Lexington. You know the music inside of Lexington used to be my like sub alert or something like that on my old Division 1 streams. If I were to listen to the sound of like the music in Lexington again, it'd probably like I'd probably train myself to expect like, you know, to look at my alerts and be like, all right, who's subbed? Yeah, the pre-nerf alpha bridge, dude, my best build of 1.4 was, you know, the pre-nerfed alpha bridge with LMGs where I had infinite ammo, infinite attack link, tons of damage. Like I had the craziest build. It was so sick. Like I spent hundreds of hours in underground just doing insane runs with that build. Didn't want to play anything else. Like I myself have a Twitch highlight on my channel of doing like three phases of underground in 10 minutes flat. Like it's pretty nuts. Random backpack. The game just gave me an exotic cache. Great! There it is. Okay. Dope, dude. Wow. Cool. I don't even have to like do anything to it. All right. So our grind is getting cut short even faster, huh? Let's put that on. That's hilarious, dude. 50 shade in, just randomly get the one exotic I need out of a cache that just showed up from something that completed. All right, well, there you go. There's the best in slot backpack for solo play for grinding really fast, and carefree. We lost vigilance, so like our protected damage output is gonna be, wow, it's backpack with 12 crit damage. Nice. Our protected damage output from like vigilance here, like when we're behind the shield, we lose that 25% extra damage. So that's unfortunate, but it's fine because you just kind of cruise through with these two exotics the whole time to 1,000. We still need to get everything else going. I guess I can stop farming for backpacks. Our inventory is only like at 85%. Or 85 out of 150, not percent. We're gonna probably switch the what's it called? The target loot to we even got the headshot thing here. Man, I gotta go to like a recal bench. Got 12 crit damage and 10 headshot from this. Claws out's DZ only, so we're excluding that from our list. Like, you know, the Dark Zone does have holsters right now, but it's not worth the time. We're gonna rely on named caches to somehow get DZ exclusives if we want them. That'll be the restriction. Because I want to show people that are solo and PV only and have no one to play this game with and like all that to like they can play this game and have perfectly fine setups. Like they don't, you can do everything without ever seeing another soul in this game, so long as the servers are still online, since it's an online game. All right, we'll just put up the chat. We're gonna lose damage, so I don't know how fast this is gonna go, but we'll try it. Put the pistol thing on, the ammo thing on. Let's leave those two on. Those are free. Oh yeah, and then target loot. I don't know what is gonna be a bigger impact. Like we already have a named mask on from the vendor, so like once we put 15 weapon damage on here, it's fine until we have to optimize the other one that we have. Because the reason we want to optimize this one is eventual recal, probably 6 crit chance or 8 handling there, and just pump this full of stats to 15. I guess I could try to go for a contractor gloves, although this is like almost maxed out as just like passive stats right now. So actually no, Fox's Prayer. Yeah, Fox's Prayer would probably give us the biggest value right now. So that means we go Overlord. Alright, let's do that. Let's see what our damage feels like with this backpack. Shield super tanky now. That's what's so crazy about Memento, dude. This shield, Went from like 4 mil to like 8 mil survivability, like something like that. And we're on heroic just to squeeze out a little bit better rewards out of the NPCs. They're gonna hurt more, but that's fine. We gotta build up our trophy collection so our damage goes up. And we have to get our damage up anyways because we need to be able to one-shot red bars consistently. We get more elites on heroic, but you can see the problem right now is like I'm not able to build my stacks up because they're a little on the tanky side. Once we do have a good collection of trophies, right? Like however many we need. I don't know if it's like 50 or what. Then maybe the pistol will go up enough to where it might do a little bit better. The exotic that gives you more pistol damage. Which exotic are you talking about? If you're talking about the exotic holster, I want you to reread that holster real quick and then think about why it doesn't make sense to use it with a pistol that you're shooting the whole time. A lot of people think the Dodge City holster is supposed to be some sort of like pistol build holster, but it's really not. And the reason for that is that the whole point of Dodge City holster is that your pistol is not out for like 30 seconds, so that when you do pull it out, you have one bullet that hits really hard, then you put the pistol away. So what value does keeping my pistol holstered have in a build where I'm using my pistol exclusively? The only time in this game, well, I guess there's technically two times in this game where like I would say the exotic holster is worth it, is like there's only one functional build that I have where like I would actually use that, and it's basically like a headhunter rifle build with the exotic holster, where the pistol that I have in my pocket is an orbit, so that I can occasionally kill somebody in one shot and proc a buff with finisher. So I can run around with an extra free like 35 crit chance and like 40 crit damage or whatever it is. And the other time where it could be useful is like a super niche like use case, and probably like in maybe like a raid speedrun or something if it's even necessary. Depends on the team and depends on their approach and them trying to save time. Other than that, I would say Dodge City is a pretty, just like a waste of an exotic armor slot. What difficulty should you play on? Start with challenging, and then once your build's good enough, you play on heroic. M18 crit build, I mean, it's still like one of the best builds in the game, so. You can thank the lack of meta shifts in year 2 for that build still being relevant today. You're toying along with the long stick with Headhunter. I mean, if you're trying to do damage, like if you're trying to see a big number with Headhunter and a sniper rifle, I mean that Nemesis, right? And if you're going for high-end damage numbers, then you'd be going for White Death. But the thing about Headhunter and using it with any weapon class or whatever has to do with picking a weapon that has high base damage that makes sense for the content you're running it in. So like, if a guy has 5 million HP, but you're using a gun that does 30 million damage, and can choose between that gun and another gun that only does 5 million damage, you gotta think about what other differences there are between the gun that does 30 million and the guns that do 5 million, because they both kill something in one shot, right? If all you need is one bullet to kill somebody, you don't need to do more damage, because that's overkill and a waste of potential. Just because Nemesis can hit for 100 million or whatever the hell it was, doesn't make it the best sniper rifle in the game. It can hit the biggest number, but the biggest number is not always the correct answer.
System restored. System malfunctioning.
So, when it comes to marksman rifles that are high-end, it'll most likely come down to whichever one you think feels right in terms of being able to one-shot and being able to shoot more bullets out faster. But the reason I don't use any sniper rifles because sniper rifles are invalidated by rifles, even in 4-man heroic scaling.
System restored.
The only real time like sniping with Headhunter could make sense is if you need that level of damage, maybe in like legendary, or if you're trying to like one-shot a hunter in 4-man scaling or something. But that's why I have a Headhunter build with an 1886. But not just any 1886, it's the Virginian specifically. Why do I have a build with Headhunter and a Virginian? Because it has perfect boomerang. What does perfect boomerang do to my rifle? It increases the odds that the mag size goes up. I'm not using it for the damage. 1886's biggest flaw is it has a 5-round mag that you would reload individually. But with perfect boomerang and some amount of crit, you know, sometimes you have more than 5 rounds. And it also gives you the opportunity to use the 3rd-person crosshair, and it also does enough damage at 4-man scaling to where like you could be the one camping an entire heroic control point in 4-man scaling and making everyone else in your team just kind of watch as you one-shot everything. Are AR builds any good? They're not as insane as they used to be last year, but they work. Every build works in this game. Like the meta weapons, or the meta weapon classes anyway, are pretty much just rifles and ARs. And then if you're solo, I would also argue that like pistol, specifically this one and Regulus, are also basically meta weapons from a efficiency standpoint because of what you can accomplish when you're solo and playing Headhunter. And so after that, then you have closer range things, right? You have SMGs, you got shotguns, You got LMGs, which have their own problem, which is that they can't be used with shields. When shields are what you base your entire DPS build around in this game. And then you have marksman rifles, which are also in a place where, like, you know, you can one-shot stuff with headhunter, but it's kind of pointless because rifles do it better, pistols do it better. Then, like, for shotguns, yeah, like, you can have Scorpio and slap that on and go to town. But it's a shotgun, so it's inherently a worse choice over a longer range weapon, because look at this room. Look at how much you have to push these guys in this large room. If you have a shotgun, you have to run around even more. If you had a ranged weapon, you wouldn't have to do that running. You would just kill them from where you stand. Less movement, more shooting, more damage out, more killing, faster clears. And this game, I mean, time is money. Faster you do stuff. The faster you catch up to everyone who has been playing this game longer than you. Because once you catch up to everybody, I mean, everyone's basically on a plateau after that. My TU6 build best. The game is TU6 is like, you're looking at like Division 3 in my TU6 build video at this point, because this is like the current game is nowhere anywhere close to TU6. The build in that game, it might as well be written in like an alien language compared to what we have today. Back in my day, I used to put 50 damage to elites on my mask. And back in my day, we used to have talents in every single slot. The only relevant build videos I have on YouTube, like really the only one you should even bother looking at in today's day and age, which is still holds up, even though it's like, you know, out of date in terms of like what you should have in every slot, it's still pretty much the one you should look at, is the rifle build video that I have on YouTube. Because for whatever is irrelevant in there, it's still the same concept and the math holds up. So even if you don't use that build, or like you use that some baseline to look at, you want to be able to make decisions in the moment on, like, you know, what items might benefit you more from a damage perspective, and knowing the basics of how damage works in this game goes a long way. That's why the TU8 build video I have is still relevant today. It's one build video, skim through it, or listen to like the damage mechanics aspect, and you'll now have a few new wrinkles on your brain.
Server terminal detected.
My Discord has a builds channel, and it's very basic stuff because the builds in this game don't really require much explanation.
I'm gonna own your shield.
But I list a few weapon types that are worth looking at, and talents, and if you've already played this game, then you would understand them. If you haven't played this game, then You have to wait for a deeper explanation at some point when I get around to it. Or you can try and gamble on someone else's videos, because, you know, there's plenty of people that make them. PvP builds require some different things. PvP builds require an understanding of that in this game, the devs have additional multipliers on how certain things scale. And then you have to also consider that, you know, you're playing against other people that will play in a certain way. But if you're good enough, you don't have to follow someone else's PvP build video, because it comes down to some extent how you play.
Terminal infiltrated.
If you're trying to play this like Call of Duty, you're probably gonna get smoked by people that know a little bit better. There's also no skill-based matchmaking, so you'll probably find success doing something really stupid. And then you'll have a nice bit of confirmation bias about where your build stands just because you killed somebody who had no idea what was going on. Like, for example, whenever I've been in the Dark Zone, I played only red builds in the Dark Zone in this game. Why? Because I know how to operate in an environment where I can treat it like a battle royale. Because I used to play battle royales. And I treat everyone as a kill on sight threat, because there's no such thing as friendship in the Dark Zone. And my only goal in the Dark Zone is to get in, get my whatever gear I care about getting from there, and getting out, because I don't give a shit about the type of PvP this game offers. So how can I discourage people that are in my server from like having a good time or even wanting to engage in PvP with me? Well, if I one-shot them over and over again, and where they're basically not even playing the game because they're playing some stupid YouTube build that has them running around with an SMG or something, I have all the time in the world to rifle their ass back to the checkpoint, and that's that. And so which build do I run in the Dark Zone? It's usually a Virginian on a full-blown crit build. Don't even have to have glass cannon, you just have 60 crit chance, like 200 crit damage, a Virginian, 140 weapon damage, and depending on what you go up against, if they have good movement, which there's some really like exploity movement people can have, then, you know, depends on your aim, because it's an aim-based build. Stay far enough away and one-shot people. Make them hate ever even considering that like you are worth their time to chase. But that's not a build that like everyone can use, because not everyone has the aim, or not everyone has the awareness, because as soon as someone's on your shit, you're gonna die, because people run SMGs and shotguns and tankier builds, and they chicken dance you. So if you can't hit your shots, then you can't run that build. If you do have good aim, then good aim prevails with full-blown red builds at longer range. Because lots of people aren't paying attention, and they're playing, usually engagements are within the 5 to 10 meter range for the average player, and not at the 25-30 meter range, which I forced them to be playing at. Why do I still have a Santa hat on the game? Because there's a Christmas tree in the menu. So as far as this game is concerned, it's still Christmas, dude. Is there anything else I can get away with in here? Not really. I'm not getting grenade kills. What I think about the backfire SMG? I think it's a joke. It's just it's not consistent enough to be something worth talking about. It's just like one of those like random, you know, exotics that is different, but I don't see any value in running it ever. Like either you have a teammate making you, like healing you, or a teammate that's making you immune to bleed, or you make yourself immune to bleed by stacking a bunch of hazard, but then you sacrifice a bunch of output in the first place. And at the end of the day, it's still a goddamn SMG. And then you got to think about, well, it's not just about that one gun, but also its base stats, and also what you give up by choosing to use that. And then like what context are you even going to use this thing in? So no, it's just another pointless exotic that's going to collect dust in my stash and will never be used for real. Same with the bighorn. The bighorn's also a joke. The easiest way to determine whether or not an exotic is good in this game, when we're talking like actually good in like a, let's say a PvE context, is figuring out whether or not the exotic is compatible with focus. If it's not compatible with focus, then you got to figure out whether or not it's gonna be good for headhunter, because those are the two best talents. If it's not good with those, then you got to work your way down. So then you got to think, well, is the exotic that I'm talking about even giving me damage in the first place? Because if it doesn't, then it's like another thing that it loses. Then you look at the third stat. If the third stat's not how to cover damage, then it's another thing that it loses. So then when you actually do the math on some of these things, and you plug your exotic weapon in versus some, you know, the considered meta high-end weapon of the same class, like Eagle Bear versus FAMAS, in a fully min-max build, well, the FAMAS with fast hands on a perfect focus build or whatever is going to shit on the Eagle Bear. So then you got to consider, like, what are you using the guns for? The Eagle Bear is a joke. It was really good last year, and it's now just a gun that some people are using because it was hyped up last year and don't know any better, or because they just like it, because, you know, people will just do things because they like it, not because it's good. And like, that's fine, you know, at the end of the day, play the game the way you want. But when you're asking me specifically about anything, and it's always gonna be from the perspective of like, how good is it actually against the best stuff currently in the game? And a lot of things fall flat. So pretty much everything sits in my stash that isn't actually good. The only exotics that I consider good in this game are Memento, Liberty, and Regulus. And then that's about it, actually. And then technically, like, Dodge City, but only if you pair it with an Orbit in, like, a very specific niche build. And then I only play red builds, so if it's, like, a skill... Oh, I guess, like, I could also call, like, the... What's it called? I could call the Scorpio Shotgun good, because it's, like, pretty strong. And, yeah, Coyote Mask is good, as well. But the problem is that a lot of people aren't running Coyote Mask anymore because the latest patches added a lot of skill build based items. And so when you matchmake these days, you don't even find people running Coyotes anymore. But Coyote is like the best thing for group play for sure. For people running red builds together. And it's a mistake in every single lobby I've ever seen that people aren't running that mask, because you giving people a lot of crit chance and crit damage for free just because one guy is in the front and one guy is in the back and all that. Like, it's pretty insane. There's a reason why when you look at my old YouTube video of us, my team running 4-man legendary District Union Arena in like 17 minutes back in like the first month of Oni or whatever it was, and people were like, what are you guys damage glitching? Because we're sitting there like popping off million, 7, 8, 9 million M1A shots. And people are like, what the fuck is that? Well, it's because we're stacking like all these different group buffs together. That's why group play can be insane if it's coordinated. If it's not coordinated, then like it isn't usually in matchmaking, then people are actually just holding each other back. I don't know what challenges to even equip anymore, because this thing is weird. Let's do this one. And if you're gonna ask me to comment on exotics that are for skill builds, again, I don't play skill builds, but skill builds as a whole are boring and not as efficient as a red build used properly by someone who knows how to play the game. A yellow build, however, is definitely gonna be easier to play if you're new to this game, because you just press a couple buttons and watch things do the work. But I don't see anyone getting some sort of like world record speedrun in heroic or legendary with a skill build. I could see it with what's it called, with Eclipse Protocol and like lower difficulties, because of the nature of damage over time effects spreading through walls. where enemies have like no HP, right? So it makes sense in lower difficulties. But skill builds as a whole are really boring for me to play this game, which is why I don't touch them. Like, I wish they weren't boring because I'd have more to do. I'm not saying skill builds are bad. There's obviously skill builds that are good. Skill builds, in my opinion, set the baseline for like player performance in this game. It's just that the nature of this game is that there aren't actually that many enemies. Because if there were, like, let's say we're playing this game, let's say this game had zombies, right? Let's say there was like a whole horde of zombies. We're talking like hundreds of things come at you at the same time. In that scenario, skill builds would fucking dominate because they have AoE explosives, right? So when you shoot one thing and it blows up a whole horde, that's great. Like that's gonna beat out guns pretty well, unless guns can actually shoot through multiple enemies at the same time. But this game has a bunch of random NPCs scattered around large open spaces, and it just doesn't have the enemy density for, you know, these like multi-target AoE type builds to like really shine. Because if it did have that, then, you know, you'd probably catch me running that. So that's one of the major things that's kind of bad about skill builds. For me, like, you know, becoming the Ferrari of or driving the Ferrari of builds in this game. It's like that's kind of where the gun builds are just better at their peak. But skill builds are good, and they set a baseline for performance because like you can get shit done, you know, pretty quick and with little effort. I don't like how little effort it is, because I like to play things that have some element of challenge. And being consistent with like headshots and stuff is something you can always work on until the day you die. So that's why I play gun builds.
Frag out. Target's in the open. I'll get you.
And when skill builds are really broken, it was when, you know, before Woni came out, the old Seeker Mine the cluster Seeker spam days where you threw one Seeker Mine out, took out an entire room of enemies in 4-man scaling. Like those were the days that skill builds were like the Ferraris pretty much of speedrunning a lot of content. What makes exotics great? It depends on the content you're playing and what you're trying to accomplish. In the case of Memento, it is a extraordinary amount of survivability while also giving you damage output. The overall damage output you do with Memento isn't like as good as having Vigilance on your bag, but when you're playing a Headhunter build, that doesn't even matter because Headhunter is allowed to go up so high that you don't need the extra damage from Vigilance after a certain point. So all you care about is the survivability. But it's a solo backpack. And then Liberty's good just because of the pure damage stats. I'm not using it for the talent. You know, why would you use the talent that on a pistol to repair your shield when you're trying to kill things quickly and headshot them all, right? So The reason we use Liberty is because it's just a better pistol, period. It's got fantastic attachments and better base damage than a regular high-end D50. That's all it takes.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
A lot of the exotics in this game used to be good a year ago, and now they're trash. So they're just kind of there in the game, and they're novelty items at best. They don't have a point in the game where they truly excel at something compared to your regular options. And that's what made those exotics good last year, because last year some exotics had a niche purpose that made them the best thing to use in a particular situation. If you look at my raid speedrunning videos from Dark Hours in year 1, Nemesis was like insane because you could use it to do an absurd amount of damage in a 8-man scenario to where you could one-shot a raid boss as soon as he popped up. That's fantastic. That was the only purpose of Nemesis in the entire first year of this game. These days, the only niche purpose, I guess, is to try to, help out a team that's struggling on hunters in like the summit or something by trying to one-shot a hunter with a Nemesis. But yeah, they changed all the exotics from year 1. That's why most of the exotics suck. So the best exotic of year 1 is this guy. At the end of the day, because of the talents that exist in the game. And the reason it's the best from year 1 is just because it actually has a purpose. You'll see people carry it as their sidearm in PvP, or you'll see people like me use it in PvE contexts where, in my current situation, right, like, since I can't go and get Regulus for free, I'd have to go raid for it. This is the next best option, so that's what makes Liberty really good. Eagle Bear, it was only good last year. The only people you still see using Eagle Bear these days are the ones that are using it in the Dark Zone, so that they can like proc tenacity, and so they can push an entire team because they got a bunch of survivability and try to like suicide push with the tenacity. That's pretty much it. The Mark 16 was good in year 1, but mathematically speaking, it's one of the weakest ARs. Because all ARs that are high-end can be treated like pretty equally on a spreadsheet if you do the math on how they work. There is no value in a gun that shoots slow in PvE when the talent fast hands exists. That's why I use a FAMAS with fast hands. I used a Mark 16 and like a P4 while leveling up. And the reason why something like a Mark 16 or like an AKM is good while leveling up is because they shoot slow, they hit harder per shot, and when you have a small mag size and no easy access to something like fast hands or quick reload speed, then it's a different story. But as soon as you start factoring the rest of a build and all the toys in the game, that's where FAMAS starts to shine. Like, early game, you don't have the extended mag, you don't have fast hands. You don't even have enough damage output to kill a guy in a regular mag of the FAMAS. Like, but you will definitely acquire that kind of damage output eventually. The P4, the custom P4 was the best on a spreadsheet in year 1. However, that gun was also bad from a precision standpoint. It was good for people that used controllers that couldn't hit headshots to save their life, but as soon as you were trying to actually hit headshots, and you would, if you actually watched how your gun was shooting, you were shooting a very large spread. So that's something that's, you can't really fix that. The gun is inherently inaccurate, which means that when you're shooting it, bullets are going to be flying around in like a cone pattern or so around where you're actually aiming. That's what makes the Eagle Bearer so good back in year 1, is that increasing accuracy that it had. Turn that thing into a laser beam. On top of that, the Eagle Bearer in year 1 had a bunch of free damage on it. Get a headshot kill, you get survivability, and you get insane DPS boost. There's a third server. Oh, it's not highlighted.
Terminal destroyed.
Is fast hands better than killer? Yeah. Fast hand's the PvE talent, but there's a reason why it's the best PvE talent. You're playing with a gun that dumps its magazine in like a blink of an eye, which means that when you shoot at 900 RPM, you're spending a lot of time reloading, which ends up being the reason why you know, use fast hands, because you want to reload your gun to make it a 1 second reload so that you can get back into the fight immediately. And this is all stuff that's answered by math. Math will tell you which guns are better than others, and once you understand the numbers, you tune that to the situations that you're playing in the game. There's no one correct answer for everything you do in this game. You yourself have to know what the hell you're doing in this game, what you're playing, and pick the best tools for the job if you care about running the best tools for the job, because at the end of the day, it's just a video game, and like, you can play whatever the hell you want. You know, at some point of you starting a mission, you will end that mission, unless, like, I don't know, you're playing heroic or legendary and you're like dying and wiping constantly for whatever reason. But is your goal to be the fastest man on the track, or is your goal just to play the game? Because if your goal is just to play the game, then just throw on whatever shit you got and use it. If you want to drive a Ferrari, you know, get a Ferrari. But then you still gotta learn how to drive the Ferrari, because two guys driving the same car aren't gonna be running a track the same pace. For some people, that Ferrari might just be too much to handle, so maybe they should just drive something slower. Because if they drive the Ferrari, they'll spin out and crash when a normal car would just get them around the corner. What's up, you three? A Dyson game that's not about vacuuming? What the hell? I have no idea what that is. You haven't played since season 1. Is it worth coming back? I mean, if you're bored and you want something to do, then come back. It's a game, right? You want to stop playing one game because you're tired of it to play a different game. It's your free time, man. If you have unfinished business, then this game that's, you know, I don't know what motivates you to play games, except that they're gonna fill your free time up. So, you're tired of playing one game, play another one. Oh, that guy hit me really hard with that shotgun way back there. Oh, dude, that might be a Fox Prayer. Actually, no, it's not. There's no target loot on there. Glory days. What gun is this? It's a Liberty. What's spec with focus? That depends on what gun you're using with focus. And what you're doing. If you're just running a generic rifle build that only cares about raw numbers, you'd play sharpshooter. If you're running a different gun, well, now it depends on what content you're playing.
I gotta find a better spot.
Fewer idiots to worry. Can't stay here.
There's always a choice to make when you switch between playing a mission and depending on the mission and depending on the difficulty and depending on, you know, solo or group number count or playing a raid or playing this or playing that, like, there are decisions you make, chat. There's not just like you just play one thing and that's it and don't think about it. You can run one build for the whole game if you just want to have the one build you like playing, but again, you're asking me to make decisions for you. You have to make those calls for yourself. Are you trying to drive a Ferrari that is tuned specifically to each individual track in the game like I'm trying to do when I play this game? Then, you know, you got to figure that out. If you're just trying to run a good build and then play the game, then you don't need to think too hard about that. What's up, lady? This is my second account. But we're a whopping 51 shade rank.
Active terminal detected.
Let's do it. Ah! Back the fuck up.
Yeah, we got memento out of our first ever exotic cache, which is just hilarious because that's the only exotic we wanted to get. And then, like, Liberty's like a free one to get. So, like, that's cool. Like, you know, I got the 2 exotics I'm going to use until 1,000 shade. And all it ever takes is just making sure you get the right chest talent to help scale your damage out. You know, nothing better than running either Headhunter or Focus in the short term, with also long-term potential. Shade makes no difference. It matters for the top-end output, actually. And shade rank is something that everyone should be focused on pumping up to 1,000 plus. No matter how you play in this game, because raw stats are nice, and on top of that, their shade rank, your shade rank wallet is... Oh, it's a flame turret. Your shade rank wallet is your one true way of getting optimization to be a trivial grind instead of an over-exaggerated Reddit wine post grind. Because that's the problem. All the people that are hitting optimization in terms of how much they have to grind for it haven't evaluated all the best ways to get that grind to not be a grind. Yeah, I was doing some heroic 5 directive stuff without even having memento earlier.
Shade tech detected.
If you make the right calls on running something that's strong and gets results, then you can be in endgame difficulty very quick. I was doing heroic stuff within 25 hours
Rogue incinerator turret
of
detected.
this account being live. Getting to Woni on a fresh account solo at a reasonable pace took 20 hours, and then 5 hours of endgame, you know, slapped on a shield and Headhunter pistol and started popping off. Is the shield best for soloing stuff? It's not that the shield is the best for soloing stuff, it's that if you're playing with guns in this game, you're using a shield no matter what gun you're using in this game. Whether it's this shield or the small shield, you use one of the shields. Choosing not to use a shield is like choosing to go out running on the track in flip-flops. What was that doing?
Gonna kill you.
Best items to craft depends on the best, like the items you need, man. When I hit level 40, the only thing I crafted was a bunch of chess pieces so I could see if one would roll me a talent so I could put it in my library so I could use the talent that I wanted, right? Other than that, you won't see me crafting anything anytime soon. Yeah, my comment with flip-flops and the track is that, again, everyone's asking me about stuff and like what I would do, and again, I'm trying to remind everybody that I do things for the purpose of being really fast at everything that I do in this game. that's why I get where I get in this game. Back to the flip-flop comment, it's like, yeah, you can run a track and flip-flops. It's going to be slower. But, you know, you'll make it around the track. You can run it barefoot, too. You could have snowshoes on. You could have boots on.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
But somebody actually trying to run around that track very fast. If you want to run some running shoes, right?
Activated. System.
Perfect Glass Cannon. Perfect Glass Cannon is a talent that we all thought was going to be the best one for damage output, but it ends up being kind of pointless these days. I mean, not everyone looks at the game as like, you know, the math and stuff, but the only reason I look at the math is to make sure that when I tell somebody that something's good, that like I have actual like factual evidence to prove that. There's a lot of people who claim something's good in this game just because it works for them. It's not necessarily good in the grand scheme of things.
Incoming.
You ever go on YouTube to see how clickbaity everyone's build videos are? This build melts and it's like some fucking rainbow assortment of bullshit.
The division's nothing.
Wow, I already have like 3 parts of that thing. For a new player, what's crazy about the Opti Station is that like they're gonna accumulate a lot of resources in here before they should ever even consider optimizing something. That's another thing that I think that like a lot of players before optimization don't even realize. Like they went to the optimization at endgame realizing that they have no resources to burn in here because the thing didn't exist before. But for all new players going forward, by the time they should even consider optimizing something, like this is going to be, they're going to be banking on a lot of stuff, I think. Are you sure you're not a secret data analyst? I used to work as a data analyst. So, yeah, I definitely have had my share of looking at information and making the right call with it and all that, or at least making it presentable for people who are the shot callers, you know. So definitely in my little wheelhouse of things that I got to do for a while, and that makes a lot of sense to me. 15 weapon damage. I don't think I need any of this stuff, right? It's another overlord. Focus. Yeah, I mean, like, I, you know, went to school for computer science, had a tech job for a couple years, data related stuff was a big part of it, and the only reason I'm not currently doing that today is just because I ended up going pro in a game in 2017, late 2017, or mid to late 2017, and that kind of took over my time to where, like, both working a full-time job and also trying to like basically rush home and practice with the team, and then traveling at random times, multiple times throughout the year for like, you know, a couple weeks at a time is not really a sustainable schedule for somebody who's got responsibilities on a full-time dev team. So I couldn't really do that anymore. But it's something I want to go back to at some point, because I do like tech and I do like solving problems. Right now it's just like I'm applying it to a fucking video game, and this genre is similar in a way, but it's just a game. Wow, that's not bad. That's not bad either. Save that. You just put 12 crit damage on there and, you know, max it out. Plus, I was working that job when Division 1 was a thing too, so like, you know, part of why I play games that are like this and try to explain why I think about the game the way I do is that, like, if you work full time and you want to still have an amazing character in a game like this, you have to use your time wisely to keep up the pace versus somebody who, let's say, plays the game full time as their job, right? So if you can't beat them on time, then at least you can probably try to beat them on how you spend your time. And when you have all the time and you have the same mindset, then it's like, you run into another problem, which is you are way beyond the capabilities of the dev team to release things. At least in this game. Other games, if I was playing like Path of Exile or something, I think they do a really insanely good job of releasing things at a steady rate to keep somebody that has all the time in the world like me even interested, which is kind of cool. Keep those. Delete that. Don't need those. Don't need those. Wait, was the thing maxed? I never used the drone. It's not maxed out. Whatever. If you had to choose an SMG to use for the fastest clears, what SMG would it be? So for solo play versus group play, first of all, if I was into playing an SMG in a group, actually no, I have played an SMG in a group, and it was for the memes. If you had to use an SMG to just like shit out damage, like Dark Winter's a good one, and you can put a scope on it. And I've gotten a Dark Winter to hit critical headshots for 2 million a shot. And that's a vector we're talking about. So like 1200 RPM at 2 million crit headshot. It was pretty stupid. But basically, like, if you just care about the biggest damage output, it would just be like forcing focus to work on whatever gun you chose. And Dark Winter giving you like 50 crit damage or something like that on a kill. It's pretty damn good. You don't need fast hands with SMGs because they should already have a really good reload time. It just depends if it's a named item or if you're... It's a named item or if you try to use an exotic or something. Like for example, Lady Death is a solo friendly exotic SMG, but not for the purpose of killing enemies. It's for using it sometimes for a movement speed boost when you're trying to set a solo heroic or lower speed run time. I've used it in DARPA. There are times in the game where you can use it to shave off a few seconds here and there. Then if you're solo and you just want to clear stuff pretty quick on, say, like, I don't know, maybe challenging difficulty, then I would say Chatterbox. Because when you don't have to reload your gun ever, if you use that gun properly, it's pretty insane. Oh, Lady with 100 bits, appreciate it. Anarchy N7, I don't think cross save is ever going to be in the thing this game. They'll probably have it in like a Division 3 if that ever comes out, but I don't see that happening in this game at this point. I think it's too late for that. Plus, this game's on sale right now, so like, If you just really like playing this game, then like you can play it for like around $20 on PC right now. With the base game and the expansion, so that's all you really need. So yeah, trying to think like what other SMGs there are in this game. The Grudge is more of like a support SMG. Cold Relations is not worth it as far as I could tell, because like that's kind of the problem with Strained. Hold on, I gotta get more challenges on the board. Strained is for slower firing weapons and 3 floors in 15 minutes. That's easy. Just trying to think off the top of my head all the named items in this game. The apartment is definitely not a speedrunning SMG. I did the math on like every weapon that exists in this game a while ago, which I have in like a personal spreadsheet of mine or whatever. It's just data. I get to understand the information, which is why like I don't even bother sharing my own spreadsheets. Like I don't even know if it's like fully up to date anymore, but I think like the MPX is up there as like a good SMG from a burst standpoint. SMGs don't have the greatest of mag sizes, so fast hands doesn't make too much sense. They also have pretty quick reload speeds, which is also why fast hands doesn't make too much sense. If you're solo on SMGs, like I think they're allowed to get away with killer when you're solo because they're so crit reliant. I don't know. You'll find very quickly that when you speedrun as a solo player with an SMG, that heroic kind of sucks to do in a lot of situations because it's such a close range weapon. But if you were to use, if you're doing speedruns on challenging, then it would be a lot easier to get away with. The new reliable good? I don't think so. If we want to talk about LMGs, the only LMG we're talking about is an MG5. The Bullet King is just a crowd favorite because there's people that just like spamming bullets and having infinite ammo, but that gun's not that good when we're talking about damage. The rich man's Bullet King is actually a steady-handed Negev, because it can have infinite ammo as well as long as you hit your shots, and has higher base damage and stuff. Actually, well, it did. No, it's not about the base damage anymore. It's base damage on Bullet King Negev is the same now. The differentiating factor is the attachments and the ability to choose damage to health or damage to armor, on top of having damage targets out of cover on Negev. So, you know, multiplying damage sources just reigns supreme. But then you can use a shield, so like I wouldn't even recommend using LMGs in this game anymore because you can use a shield, and the shield is incredibly important for playing a pure red build and actually staying alive to tell a tale. Where's the other server? Okay, there it is. Test subject? That's not like a gun I would use. Again, if we're talking about red builds, test subject's pointless. Just because something has a better version of a talent doesn't necessarily mean that that gun itself is actually good. a good candidate for that perfect version of a talent. Like, for an example, I would be like, well, I would rather have perfectly in sync on a FAMAS, because the FAMAS is a good weapon. And that talent is a superior version of a popular talent. Or if I had like perfectly in sync on like a FAL, then the PvP crowd would probably really like that gun.
High risk hostile.
And if the test subject was a FAL with, you know, perfectly in sync, that'd probably be the fucking meta weapon for those guys. I don't know. So the gun itself, the gun platform, or whatever you want to call it,
I can do this all
is
day.
usually more important than the talent, the perfect talent that's on the item. Like if you pick some shitty weapon that no one cares to use in their life and then give it a really cool talent that everyone likes to use that's only like a little bit better, the gun's still shit. So you're not going to use it. And therefore it's just more stuff clogging up the loot pool. Because they didn't design named items to be like the best in slot variant of a certain talent. They designed them with just like, it just has like, you know, unique items that exist. In the past, they made some items that, you know, basically weren't best in slot with the talent. So, like, you had Perfect Berserk back in the day on a Fenris chest, back when AR builds were all the hotness, and you used Perfect Berserk with an AR. That was great. You know, that was a nice, you know, complete package of what you needed to look for. In this game, you have perfect focus on a, you have perfect focus on a marksman rifle chest. And you still use that on a rifle build, even though it's a marksman rifle brand. Because the gain from the talent is actually high enough to be worth losing the brand bonus that would actually be relevant to your build.
I'll burn you out from there.
Funky, what up, dude?
Target detected.
Sir, the on fire. You won't kill me. We won't
Vital signs critical.
I need to go up there. Man, Baru's emotes, dude. I can't get over how good his emotes are. Like, that shit's like next level every time I see it, whether it's in my own Discord or like my Twitch chat. I seem pretty knowledgeable in this game. Thanks, man. I'm a fucking nerd. with too many hours in this game.
Serious problem detected.
What's a good rifle? The only rifle worth talking about is the classic M1A. Pretty much every other rifle in this game is terrible. So, just rely on that one. The only other rifle to look out for would be like a Virginian specifically from the Dark Zone. You know, you could try out an 1886 and see how that feels with boomerang, but like ultimately just a Virginian is what you really want because it's got perfect boomerang. But as far as just day-to-day gameplay is concerned, you know, classic M1A or bust. You're wasting your time trying to use any other rifle in this game. Brief floors without losing armor. I'd play too aggressive for that. 3 directives in 15 minutes or less. I mean, like, yeah, I could throw another one on, right? Or this. What build did you do legendary on? A red rifle build.
Rogue agent detected.
And we got rogues. Drone I gotta kill.
Defender drone detected. Rogue assault turret detected. Rogue artillery turret detected.
Yeah, like my tanky shield buddy. I'm actually full on stuff. Should probably sort that out. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a fox.
Rogue agent eliminated.
Alright, we gotta sort this gear out. This is, we have picked up a lot of stuff.
Shade tech detected. Rogue striker drone detected.
I think cross saves ever come in Division 2? No. Should it be in Division 2? Yeah. I'm blinded, but I can still see stuff. I love it now. I'm surprised I haven't seen a Fox's Prayer yet. I feel like those are really easy to get. Did you run this build on Legendary? You wouldn't run this build on Legendary because it's a headshot build. And, it's not worth it to run a headshot build in Legendary. Too many enemies that don't have heads that have to be shot and killed. Kinda like how this guy has a helmet. Imagine if he was like a cracked out white tusk that has a whole squad of homies behind him. That's not fun to go up against. Summon on challenging worth it. You in this game, all you should do is play on challenging until you feel like you're strong enough to handle heroic, and then just play heroic, and then forget about legendary until you feel like you actually need to go in there and get it done. The gap between heroic and legendary is much larger than the gap between challenging and heroic. Normal and hard are pretty much pointless in this game, because all you need to succeed on challenging is basically like one working level 40 talent on like a chest or a backpack that gives you a damage boost, and then you're all set. And then if you want to go into heroic and have a good time, like then you know, hopefully you have like 2 functioning damage boosting talents, or like just slap on a memento and then you're chilling. That's it. That's all you need. My gear is terrible looking, and we're pretty much cruising at this point. We're almost at the point where we need to go to a base of ops or something.
Let's see you run.
Are there checkpoints in this mode? Yeah, it's like I think like every 2 or 3 floors now. So it's definitely easier to pick up where you left off. Hello. Got the fox. Very nice to see that. Just gonna put it on right now. We'll probably put 10 headshot on that one since it's our first one, and you know, use it for this build. We're gonna lose the 10 crit chance, but like whatever, not a big deal. I would like to get a better one, but now it would be smarter to switch this from this over to Walker, because we need a perfect headhunter chest. Calling it streamer luck. I mean, there is literally only one named item that's Overlord in this game, and that's Fox's Prayer. So, if it's a 1% chance to get a named item out of a target loot drop, and I get 100 named item drops after playing this for a little while, then alright, we gotta go back to the lobby. Then you know, it ain't so bad. It's just, you know, get 100 target loot drops to have one, and you might get one by then. The rifle DPS build from TU8 is still viable. I mean, pretty much, yeah. It's the basis for still one of the best builds in this game, so just, you know, use it as a starting point. Obviously, I can refresh the video, and I want to do that at some point, because that was another reason why I wanted this account. So I want to take the things that I do, both keep the raw VODs somewhere for the people that like, I don't know, want to see the journey from zero to hero, I guess, until we get there, including all the random things we talk about on stream. They're not going to be able to see the context of like our conversations, so I'm sure people watching this on YouTube in the future be like, who the hell are you guys talking to? Or talking about, since there's no like Twitch chat on YouTube. If they're watching it through my Twitch VOD, they would see it. But anyways, the idea is like try to take the whole journey and find a way to like have all the accurate, up-to-date information going on like the YouTube channel, so I can like feel completely done with this game, and all the people that come after me that, you know, watch it or whatever have all the hot tips they need to succeed and get to the end game in a, you know, a nice steady pace so they can do whatever they want. Because there's a lot of people that are new and super confused about things that are good or whatever, and there's a tremendous lack of good resources out there for like actual accurate and up-to-date information. Because a lot of people will make something and then a day or two later it's, you know, not fresh, and then anyone that's new isn't really gonna know what's good and what isn't because they have no idea like what update the game is even on half the time, when they just, you know, YouTube will just put something in their face. My stats on that. Anyways, we need to go base of ops, right? That's what we said. Yeah. You can chase Charlie in the summit, yes. Which makes the summit one of the best places to farm when the map sucks.
Safe area entered.
Low prices, big selection. That's what I've got.
Right. Perfect focus is better when your build is maxed out. Regular focus is better when your build sucks because you probably need the brand as well. Alright, what do we have here? Let's extract that to have it. It's not out of cover, do we care? Yeah, I'm not going to bother collecting all the talents, I don't think. I'm just going to collect all the things that matter. And then I'm going to collect anything that's maxed out, because it's maxed out. But if I do that, then like I should probably collect all the talents too. I don't know. Don't care about marksman rifles, but check. And we're not even sniping. Pistol damage stats are kind of low. But we're not going to need pistol recalibration anyways. I don't know. It's a... The part of me that's like playing the game to like complete it again wants to collect it all again. But I know that's kind of pointless. Max headshot damage on the mask. Nice. Chunk of crit damage on the mask. Sure. .1 crit chance roll. We'll extract it out of you. Let's extract that. Grab it because it's maxed. think we have all the talents. We can grab focus out of this. So we just have it, you know? So we have Headhunter, we got Focus, we got Glass Cannon, we got Obliterate, and we have Spotter and Intimidate. So like those are all the damage related ones, so I should just ignore the rest of them. Weapon damage, sure. I had max skill damage on there, but we don't care. Max crit damage. Max headshot. Backpacks are looking really good. Talent-wise, for backpacks, we don't care about anything in here. If you were playing all close range, you'd probably run like Bloodsucker or like Adrenaline Rush combined with Intimidate on your chest just to, you know, do that, but we don't care about that in here. Those are fine. Not gonna use that, guys, so let's do that. Can't be a hero without a complete Pokedex. I mean, you know, you're not wrong. Same time, though, it's, you know, we're never going to play a skill build on this account. We're never going to have a blue stat in our life, so... It's not that necessary. I guess that's our kind of like average focus chest that we kept. Yeah, that's alright. Is there nothing better? Like, I guess we could put 15 weapon damage on this and then keep the Headhunter on there. Lose the crit damage because that's not necessary, but... $15 weapon damage in that. All stuff kind of sucks. Just delete everything we don't need. Can delete that guy. We have some items here and there that are okay. Like this guy, if I put 12 crit damage on there, that will be like, you know, a pretty reasonable crit holster. If we find some better stuff, we should put... If we go weapon damage on this, it'll be good. Headshot on there, it's pretty good too. I think I should just throw that away, yeah. Shots maxed out in the library, so let's put that there. Eventually we'll either burn a dumb amount of resources to max it out, or we'll just find another one, because these are not hard to farm. We still need to farm contractors, chain killer. We still need to get the 15 weapon damage on the mass slot. Yeah, that works.
Oh, hello.
What do you do from 26 to 30? Yeah, you do your side missions. When you're done with main missions, you do side missions. That's all you gotta do in the leveling process. Some more shade rank points in. Okay. Crit chance is really low now, so all the crit damage I have is pointless. Headshot's looking good.
Always good to see you, Agent.
Oh, I put that on there. Can I craft anything good yet? No, we would have to go get blueprints. So we got a farm for Walker, contractors, Walker and contractors. Eventually try to like round us stuff all out. Want to reconfigure the Liberty, then we have to do that, but I don't think I'd do that.
Low prices, big selection. That's what I've got. Good trading with you, Agent.
I think we're looking pretty good. Spec points to burn, yeah we do. Guess I can actually depot those because they don't have to be in my inventory. And then we have this guy. So I'm making a Liberty for whatever reason, and then we have that for recal, right? Don't need you, you're basically a free component. I just won't mess with it right now. This one will get it to 6, and then we'll burn resources to max it out. My weapon damage should be more valuable to me right now. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, well, back up, here we go.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while.
Does Mementos out, Bloodsuckers are rip? I mean, true. Memento's so good, everything's a rip in the bag slot if you're just trying to relax and have a good time. And you're solo. I'm gonna use 3 directives. Sure, let's slap on another one. Special ammo is annoying if they have EMP bullets. Cool skills is fine because we don't care if we lose our hive. No minimap is fine as well if we want, but it's gonna slow me down, so let's do it this way. Lore 54.
Rogue striker drone detected. Assault drones detected. Terminal controlled.
And 20, 38, 40 something. I guess I could do that. I guess I could build for some crit chance
Multiple hostiles inbound.
instead of handling I usually would. If we don't have Regulus.
I'll take care of him.
I guess our damage is like, well, if everything's elite, we'll see, but with the damage being the way it is while we're just progressing. Oh. Yeah, we need to make it, we gotta make sure we can one-shot reds at the very least.
Getting torn to pieces.
That's what I like to see. If someone asks about the build, just tell them. That's all it is. Headhunter Memento, because Memento is like the basically best in slot solo backpack, and Headhunter is for shooting heads.
EMP jammer detected.
Headhunter is a chest talent. Would that hit me from down there? How do you get Memento so fast? I won the lottery.
System disrupted.
Literally my first exotic cash gave me Memento.
System restored. System malfunctioning. System back online. EMP jammer destroyed.
If I didn't get Memento that quick, I mean, I'd still be doing what I'm doing right now. So the target loop, you set the backpacks, and like it would drop eventually. So if you don't get lucky, the way to beat bad luck is to be fast and efficient. Because you play this game slow and, you know, like most people do, then you just don't... You're not pulling enough levers at the slot machine, right? You play really fast and efficient, it's like being that guy at the casino with like a whole bucket of quarters or something, just flying through row after row of slot machines. Just eventually something's gonna pay out. What's going on here? bugged visual effect. Playthrough going? I mean, yeah, we're flying, dude. We gotta get the floor 90. I didn't even get the floor 90 to start farming for Memento because it can't have an exotic cache, so. Then we got a Fox's Prayer. It's, you know, a functional one. It's not great. Still need to get a, what's it called? A chain killer chest. And contractors.
They're dead to me. Not you. Don't let them get close. Shout if you need.
But it's not like I need any of the gear I'm talking about right now. Like, clearly, the steps are doing great. What's up, Machito?
Get ready to die. Ember knows who will. I'll back you up.
High-risk target approaching.
This is floor 56. They changed this area, right? So like, or they changed the summit so named enemies showed up a little bit more often, right? Ryan's going good, dude. We have the only 2 exotics we need. We just got Scorpio from the season level up, which is funny, but we're not going to use it. Yeah, we're chilling. And we're not even grinding experience yet either. This game easier on PC than console. It's easier on the platform that you're good at. If you are a complete potato with a mouse and keyboard, but you have the thumbs of God at your disposal, then, you know, you're probably better off playing with a controller, right? If you're really good on PC, then yeah, you're probably gonna fly through the game compared to dudes on console because you're not running through mud.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
Remember, this game is 90% knowledge and like 10% skill. The ceiling of what's possible is going to be higher on a PC because the better your PC is, the better the game runs. The less artificial delay there is between what you see and how you can respond to it.
Christmas, you filthy animals.
And just because a mouse makes more sense for playing a shooting game than a controller doesn't mean that everyone on PC is having an easier time than the people on console. There are people who are good with a controller, and there's a lot of people who are bad with a controller. There's a few people that are good with a mouse and keyboard, and a lot of people that are average at best. Like, It's a player skill conversation more so than an input device conversation. There's kids out there that are good with a controller in a PC dominated environment or a mouse and keyboard dominated environment, and you know, those are like the freaks of nature types, but unless you're one of those yourself, you know, it's all about that amount of time you put in to actually practice. You know, just because,
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
just like I was saying earlier, it's like just because you have a Ferrari doesn't mean you know how to fucking drive it, right? Dudes buy like fast cars all the time and spin out and crash and show up on the idiots in cars subreddit all the time. Macho with the gifted subs, by the way, I appreciate it, dude. Thanks for hooking people up. One over to Big Smokey, another one to Machito. Chat, show him some love. Thanks for the gifted subs, man. The complaints about controller players on certain games is like it's not really the player's fault. It's the way game developers give aim assist to controller players in like games like in a competitive environment. Literal esports careers hinge on whether or not the devs have given controller players really powerful aim assist that invalidates the thousands of hours that someone on mouse and keyboard would put into practice and actually like to become like the average pro mouse and keyboard player. There's obviously people that are in the pro bracket that are like hell of a lot better than I am that will have aim that will just be crazier than like even the aim assist in some cases. So all the people who complain on controllers in those games, at least if they understand it the same way I'm like trying to describe it right now, is that it's really down to the aim assist. It's not like a player's fault that you choose to use a controller or a mouse. But I've played games where the aim assist is so insane in a shared environment where like, you know, a controller can play with mouse and keyboard that like there are players that will just say fuck it and abandon playing mouse and keyboard to play with a controller because like, you know, they're like decent with a mouse, but the aim assist offers a compelling argument to them for them to just be like, all right, well, if I have to compete, I'm just gonna use the thing that's better. And aim assists can be that powerful to where it, you know, you actually have to think about it. Like I've played games where like I had to change how I play because I know there's controller players in my lobby where their aim assist is gonna just make them snap and beam me, and I had to play differently. I had to play in an environment, like a way where I know aim assist can't succeed, so that I can kill them. I don't think a competitive game should have the players involved have to even, like, they shouldn't have to think about the input device their opponent has to figure out how they should play against them. Like, that's fucking stupid. So, like, that's where I think complaining about aim assist in some of these games is warranted by some. But only in like a competitive esports context or whatever. Because like when we're talking competition, like who's actually the best and money on the line, and then there's like a portion of people that basically can have their careers almost like handed to them on a plate. Cause like they're good with the controller, but like the aim assist is so strong that if you know how to play with aim assist properly, like you just kind of shit on people. That's also why I choose not to really play. If I can help it, I choose not to really play games that are shared cross-platform PvP like that, where the devs feel like the devs feel like they really need to give the controller players that big of a helping hand.
At the end of the day, solid FPS is going to be landing solid headshots and melting fools.
Crazy Leo with the Prime Gaming sub and the 14 months of support. Welcome on back, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, 6185 with Pristine. Yeah, it sounds like it's maxed out. $140, $60, $185. Or $140, $60, $180. And a different attachment on the underbarrel. That's pretty much it. A difference between a player using a controller on a console versus a controller player on PC? True, yeah. Like on a console, like you generally don't have a choice, and like the mouse and keyboard adapters are pretty scuffed. So like using a mouse on a console is still held back by the fact that it's a console, because the mouse keyboard input or the mouse and keyboard input on a console isn't really the same as playing on PC. And then if you are playing on PC with a controller, like you get the benefits of high performance and the aim assist that depending on the game. So turning off crossplay, you don't have an option to do that in a lot of games. If you're on PC, you only have that option if you're on console. So I just don't play games that have crossplay that are heavily favored and on the aim assist side. Like games are designed to be, you know, mass market appeal and more casual anyways. Like I care about the ones that are more competitive, so that's why I stay away from all those crossplay ones that favor aim assist so much. You won't catch me ever wanting to play Warzone. People have fun at Warzone. I just like I don't care. I played Hyperscape for a while and I enjoyed Hyperscape. And that was the game I had to compete against controller players that where I had to literally change my approach to combat to make sure I didn't get beamed. So instead of using automatic weapons, I use shotguns and sniper rifles, so I can just peek out and one-shot them and retreat with mobility. Because if you try to take like an AR versus AR fight, the majority of the time, if the guy had any ounce of skill in his thumbs plus that aim assist, like you were just gonna lose. Yeah, this all stuff doesn't matter for the average player, but like when you're talking about, you know, money's on the line, you're in a competitive like setting type of deal, it's a different story. Hey, we got a chain killer. Nice. I can pretty much use that right now. This is the other item we were looking for. Oh, Walker gloves. Wow. I'm starting to really like some of the numbers that I'm seeing, not gonna lie. Like, it's so easy to max out in this game, it's actually hilarious. We got a 15 weapon damage backpack here. That's great for recalibrating other stuff. Speaking of items we still need, I guess we can flip it to contractors now. Put to Petrov. Welcome to endgame in less than 24 hours. Yeah, I have about 9 hours of endgame time in right now, and we already have the 2 exotics that we need, and we have a majority of items that we need, and we're just flying through stuff. What's next here? 3 floors without losing your armor. 6 directives. 4 directives. Let's try this. If loot was like this in day 1, yeah, it would be too easy. Your 1 had a different loot system altogether. This loot system is slow. Or it's, well, not slow. What am I trying to say? This loot system is too simple. They get momentum on the summit? Yeah, an exotic cache. I was given an exotic cache from, I think, doing challenges up here, and then it turned into a memento. But the summit's one of the best places to farm as a solo player, so. But not what I'm doing right now. This isn't good farming. You guys haven't seen good farming yet if you're new here. You'll see it in a bit. Smokey, refresh your page, man. If you guys are subbed or recently got hit with a gifted sub, make sure you refresh the page. Because you're not supposed to get ads if you're subbed. They're right there. Man, chain killer having the faster build up. Makes it so much better. Is focus better than glass cannon? Yeah. Glass cannon, again, glass cannon was overhyped when it first, like when the expansion first dropped, because we didn't understand the math of the game. Once we understood the math of the game, glass cannon essentially became useless. Glass cannon is a talent only skill build users should use. There's no point using it if you play a gun build. Perfect glass cannon's not fun to run solo. I mean, you can. You have to be like really good on your positioning and understanding of like the maps and all that stuff to get away with it. But the risk to reward ratio on it isn't good.
Nearby hostage situation.
You can get
detected.
comparable damage output or better damage output than perfect glass cannon with less risk. Which is why glass cannon's trash for a gun build. The reason it's good for a skill build is because a skill build doesn't have to take risks to kill stuff. A gun build does. What chest am I gonna be running? I mean, a perfectly rolled chain killer is what you want.
Rogue striker drone detected.
Again, it's a headhunter build with memento and a pistol. Those are the only details you need to know. Because those are the only things that actually determine what the build is doing. This game is literally just about which gun you choose to use and what talent might be on it. And your chest and your backpack, and that's it. Like, that's why all of us that were year one vets for the most part, like, kind of like the complexity of the build system back then, trash on how simple this build system is, because that's really what it comes down to. It's very simple. It's too simple.
Accessed.
It's like all of us that survived year one or thrived in year one, it's like we were basically just held back a couple grades. It's like going from, like, you know, you're about to, you know, graduate high school or something, and now all of a sudden you're in, like, first grade again. Sniping seems bad in PvP. Well, considering most people know how to chicken dance if they play a lot of PvP. I think a sniper in a PvP context is only good if you can hit your shots and one-shot people. Oh, there goes my armor. I'm not sure how much damage you gotta do to people with snipers in PvP in this game to, like, one-shot them. Like, I'm sure just like a regular body shot will work, but because snipers have that accuracy penalty when you scope in and stuff, and it takes a while for them to stabilize, like, that's not even a weapon class I would bother with. Like, for me, Red Rifle Virginian in the PvP in this game makes a lot of sense, because you can quick peek somebody and, like, have your gun actually hit the target, and it can be based on crit, not headshot, which is good, because, like, even if you hit a body shot, people aren't gonna want to look at you.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
Like, headshot related stuff in this game for the most part is, like, higher risk and, like, less reward in the PvP context. It's pretty stupid that something that is more skillful is not as worth using. When I nerfed snipers, it was boring clutch fights all day. Yeah, the old one-shot sniper drama.
turret.
You see the build? We've been talking about the build constantly. It's just Headhunter, Mento, and a Liberty. That's all you need to know. That's the build. There is nothing else worth talking about in regards to the build I've been running for the past couple hours. I don't know how else to convince you that the build is as simple as I lay it out. It's one chest talent, one exotic backpack, and one exotic pistol. And that's all I'll be using for the next like 1,000 shade rings. And again, this is a new account on a new character. It's not like we've been in the endgame very long. But once you have the fundamentals, which I already listed, then that's it.
Rogue striker drone detected.
Farming Memento backpack, it's just a random drop from
Nearby hostage
exotic caches or from backpack target loot. Two drones, that's it. Is the exotic just in the summit any good? No, I think it's garbage. Another exotic that you get once in your life, put it in your stash and forget about it. The only exotic every player in this game needs to get their hands on is a memento bag. Because if you're solo, it's pretty much the only thing you even bother wearing in that slot.
Iris target approaching.
Taking a lot of fire here.
Six. Everything's easy to get in this game, yeah. That's part of why I made a new account. Like, we're shade rank 57 flying through heroic like it's a joke. I remember how much longer it took to get to this point when the expansion first dropped.
Rogue agent detected.
We got rogues. Yeah, sit there and take it. My shield's tanky because we have a Memento.
Rogue agent eliminated.
And because we're playing Technician. So our shield's considered tier 3, I think? Yeah. 200% more shield health. It's got 10 million health right now. All because of my specialization in Memento. That's it. That's all you need, right? Like I said, if there's any one exotic to get in this game, you just get Memento, and then, you know, you face roll the content, because the game's a joke with this bag. And it's also why I keep trying to push the whole, like, you know, when you play with guns in this game, you should always use a shield. Because your shield is all your survivability that you're ever going to need. Which is why you can just build entirely for damage afterwards. Which is why blue stats are the stats that you just pretend they don't exist. Oh, that's a bad situation right here. We got foam. Unfortunate. That's just a positioning problem. If I don't get foamed right there and I get flanked, I don't die. Enjoy it while it lasts. You talk about Memento? Memento's gonna last forever. This game's not gonna change. This game is every update for the since 6 expansion dropped has been a update that's made the game easier. So, got nothing to worry about. Get a Memento, always use a shield with a gun build, then stack damage, boom. Are Mementos rainbow? Yeah, they're exotic. They're always gonna look like that. Exotics don't have random stats in this game. The roll that's on the bar might be different when you get it, but what an exotic does is always fixed.
Endgame! We hear you!
Like I keep trying to preach, dude, like always use a shield on a gun build. If you're PvEing, pretend that blue stats literally don't exist. And then, you know, if you don't want to play a gun build, then your favorite color becomes yellow. If you do want to play a gun build, your favorite color becomes red. And blue doesn't exist. So pick one or the other and go all in on it, and boom. You are now miles ahead of the rest of this game's population with that one little bullet point.
Active terminal detected.
Okay.
Medical assistance needed.
This is where it's annoying, cause like I'm gonna get flanked and blown up.
Agent deceased.
All because it's a giant open room and I got sniped that one time. Yeah, the reason why I'm using Liberty right now is to prove that you don't need Regulus. Regulus is cool, but you don't need it. I despise the activities in this summit, dude. Some of these objectives are so stupid. Any objective where you have to interact with something is interact with something and you are playing in an open field where you have like no vertical cover. So you get like auto flanked is rough. Like suiciders are spawning right next to me.
Data transfer halted.
There we go. A manhunt unlocked? What? My settings? I have a settings video on YouTube for this game. I would just go check that out. It's got a lot of different details. Word on the future of the game? Nothing new in the future. That's
System disrupted.
the most likely outcome for this game's future.
System reactivated. System malfunctioning.
My headshot rate? I mean, I'm playing a build that relies on headshots, so like I have to take my time with my shots and land a headshot. Otherwise, why would I play this build, you know? Headhunter is literally all about headshot chain killing, so like it's better to miss than it is to hit the body, because you don't want to lose your combo. And in general, for all shooters out there, you need to always have your crosshair placement at head level anyway. If your crosshair placement in a game is always chilling at head level, then there's less mouse movement required to hit a headshot. Combine that with the fact that this game has AI, that's pretty, you know, you can learn how they move and all that other stuff, and throw in some practice, and then you become a headshot machine, because this game's not that difficult. Again, the game is 90% knowledge and like 10% skill. Some of these other guys, where I'm shooting them while they're like moving and stuff, you know, a little bit harder to hit those shots with a crappy crosshair, but
Disrupted.
I got EMP. But
System back online.
Keep your fucking head down.
it just comes with time. You can do things in this game, like, even if you're on console with a controller and be like, oh, fuck this guy, he plays the mouse. He's on PC, no wonder he's hitting all these headshots. If you play this sort of build, even on the controller, on a console, because you're so tanky, you have like all the time in the world to just like relax and let enemies
On hostile control.
basically run into your crosshair, because you don't need to hit the shots where they're like strafing and running and stuff.
Burn out the flight.
Let out.
Terminal destroyed.
But yeah, I definitely don't consider anything I do in this game to be unachievable by others or whatever. Like, if you're just learning how to ride a bike and then you go watch the Tour de France, are you gonna be like, damn, I'll never be able to ride my bike that fast. Like, no. Those guys didn't learn how to do that overnight. If you really wanted to be good at something, you could put in the time to train and be good at it. In this game, it's not really about just straight up raw performance, it's about the knowledge. So it's like that sport, like a sport or athletic related comparison doesn't even make sense, because this game isn't that demanding compared to like if you were to watch somebody that was like a pro at Counter-Strike or something do the crazy stuff that they do. It's like how precise their aim has to be and like the smallest of time windows against someone else that's really good. If we take away all the shots that I do while I'm pushing aggressively and while enemies are trying to flank into cover, like let's say I was on controller right now, I would just stand here like this, line up a shot. My aim would look like that or something if I was on console. But you gotta remember that you just gotta point your shield towards the enemy and pull the trigger only when you feel like you're gonna hit the shot, while always adjusting your aim to be at head level, because the gun will pretty much reset back to that point. No, this room sucks. This room is so open.
At the end of the day, solid FPS is going to be landing solid headshots and, you know, melting fools.
It's also why I like that alert so much when I've been streaming this game. I generally end up playing some headshot build. Bobby J with a 13-month resub and the tier 1. Welcome on back. Appreciate the continued support. Thank you. Did I shoot that guy through the helmet? No. Floor 69, going to 70. The key? Eh. Outriders to be more fleshed out than Godfall. I don't think it's possible for for Outriders to be that hollow. Outriders does not have the pressure of being a launch title. And they've purposely delayed the game a bit so that they could have time to finish their game. To a point where, like, they've, you know, let people get hands on and stuff. So I'd say it's easier to be way more optimistic about Outriders than the majority of the last looter shooters we've seen in a while. Based on who the dev team is, their time constraints, and willingness to delay their game. All the things they've talked about and the transparency they've shown. The demo on the 25th of February. There more? You think Div 2 is gonna be a ghost town when Outriders comes out? You gotta remember this game, and what I'm even doing right now is proof that it doesn't matter if the game is a ghost town, because it's a game you can play by yourself and do almost everything in it by yourself. You could be the last man on Earth, and if the servers are online, you can connect to them and do pretty much everything but raiding by yourself. So it's okay that this game is not like in people's minds because another game in the genre showed up. That's a good thing. You should just play whatever like is keeping you occupied, and like everyone else's preference shouldn't matter. I feel like sometimes people literally just play games because those games are being talked about and popular, and people don't just want to like play whatever they're having fun with, you know? Like, yeah, I'm gonna go play Outriders because it's new and because I've absolutely destroyed this game. But, you know, when Outriders comes out, there's probably gonna be some people that are still gonna be playing this game. Why? Because they don't care what other people are doing, and because they're not done with playing this game and enjoying it. For us that, you know, put in the hours though, like, hell yeah, we're going to Outriders because it's another game in the genre. But I'm not making the choice of playing Outriders because other people are playing Outriders. I'm making the choice to play Outriders because it's new and because it's in the genre that I'm interested in. And when I'm done with Outriders, then I'll go play something else. It's okay that like this game, you know, if this game doesn't get content, then of course the player base is going to start to slowly fall off. But you know, a lot of people don't count, like people definitely count out the people who are newer, the people who are buying the game literally for the first time. There will always be people on these servers that your visibility into the player count number is 0 because no one has that information except for like Ubi and Massive, right? They don't publicize that anywhere. I think we can ditch the armor thing, yeah. What's that? You still don't trust Outriders? You're talking about a publisher, you're not a developer. The developer of Marvel Avengers was apparently, if I remember, the developer of the Tomb Raider games, the new, like the Tomb Raider reboots. And they had, from what games I saw that they produced, I'm pretty sure they had like 0 experience with like looter games outside of probably having some employees or designers or something that like played Destiny once in their life and decided to try to like somehow copy Destiny, but with like, and failed at it miserably.
Detected.
Dev studio for Outriders has a background in shooters and more specifically third-person shooters, because they've worked on the Gears of War, some of the Gears of War titles, and or at least one of them, and they worked on Bulletstorm, which was a really fun game. They also worked on Painkiller a long time ago. And now let's talk about Avengers versus Outriders from a like information and like how much information did you have about Avengers before it came out versus how much information you have about Outriders before it comes out. Avengers had a public beta of their game and it was really scuffed, and that was pretty telling. Outriders is doing a full-blown public demo like way ahead of the game coming out. Outriders has done a lot of different streams to release as much information as they can over the course of like the last couple, like 6 to 12 months. You know, if you take the time to do a deep dive on like a game and all the information surrounding it before it comes out, you can already like find a lot of stuff about whether or not it's gonna be good. Just off of those experiences alone. When it comes to betting on a game and whether or not it'd be worth your money at release. Like, from all the information I had before I played Avengers versus all the information I had before I'll go play at Outriders, like I know I have a very good, like, very good odds of being able to say that Outriders is like worth my time at launch. But when Avengers came out and I had played the beta, I told my stream and my community and all that, hey guys, I'm gonna take one for the team with this one. Let's see what happens. Because like it was pretty scuffed in the beta. Lo and behold, you know, we play Avengers for the 2-3 weeks after launch. Try and squeeze out any content we could squeeze out of such a broken looter game. And yeah, I can't recommend that game to anybody. Many people have brought up Avengers since I last played it and streamed it, and I've said pretty similar things since, that that game basically needs Jesus to come back. But again, with Outriders, I think, from what I've seen game mechanics wise, that like, you know, it's not going to be super like in-depth and crazy, but I think it has enough options for it to be interesting and fun. I think short term it'll be fun in the first month that it comes out. I just don't think, from what I've seen so far of all the information they've released, that it'll have like a long-term grind appeal because of the way their end game seems to be structured and the way that their loot and RPG stats seems to be set up. Like, I think it'll be kind of like a Borderlands where you'll play a character and it'll be pretty easy to determine like how to set that character up to be really strong, and it's probably not too hard to get good items because you can also like do a bunch of stuff with the crafting and stuff. What the hell are these convoy things doing in here? So, just like Borderlands, I think it'll be short-term fun, and for someone like me that consumes these games in a certain way that's like really trying to push endgame as fast as possible and make the craziest builds so I can play the highest difficulty content as fast as possible. I think I will be able to squeeze out, you know, 100, 200 hours in that first month, and then if their endgame loop isn't set up right, I would probably stop playing the game after the first month, based off of what information we have so far. I haven't seen them have anything about the endgame where it would be set up in such a way where like I could see myself dumping 1,000, 2,000 hours the first year of the game. The only looter games I know where I can dump those tons of hours when like I have an active interest in them are pretty much the Division games. I've both consistently broken 1,000 hours. I'm at over 2,000 in this game on my other account. And games like Diablo and Path of Exile, those are all games that I can easily spend lots of hours in when if they're like the sole game that I play in my free time. Because they're set up in such a way where like there can be a lot to do. It's great. Especially with the end game that like has you feeling like you're progressing to progress, like multiple stages of progression, not just like small and easy ones, but progression based on difficulty, progression in your own build where you feel like significant power spikes when you hit that legendary item drop or some like important thing. In this game, those spikes are pretty infrequent. Like, anyone that's been watching me play through this so far knows that once we had the chest piece talent and the backpack drop and the gun, that was pretty much it. Now it's just like we're passively just, where we're already like endgame capable, we're flying through stuff. Yo, A few minutes ago, Hercules dropping the Prime gaming sub. I appreciate it. Thanks for the Prime. Welcome on in, dude. Yeah, I think Avengers has... So Avengers is not a fair comparison, I think, for Outriders. Because of like a lot of the details I mentioned earlier. Outriders had too many fundamental issues.
Scouters say about its power level. Caution advised. It's over 9,000.
Hold on.
Over 9,000. Over 9,000. 9,000.
Yo, Pops! Coming in hot with the 5 gifted. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you for hooking people up. Junction. Kyleg, Simba, Tom, and Ben BB. Welcome on in, dudes. Enjoy the subs. Make sure you refresh as well so you don't have to worry about ads anymore.
Terminal destroyed.
What's up, Kelson? But yeah. I know as far as like the looter genre is concerned, it's always like whichever one's the most recent and negative headline like generating one is the one that everyone has in their mind, because negativity in media is so much easier to spread than positivity. And yeah, Avengers was trash. Avengers, in my list of looter games, is at the bottom. Like Anthem and Godfall are above it for sure. Avengers was that bad. Hell, even what's it called? Even Fallout 76 was better than that. Like I've played all of them. I've played all of those games because they're all in this genre, and like I've been hoping that somebody would provide a decent like alternative in this genre that like is actually worth the time, and everyone keeps fucking it up. It's sad. But Avengers definitely is the bottom. I don't know how you can mess that up as badly as they did.
High-risk target approaching.
Like I played Fallout 76 when it came out, gave it like a 2-3 weeks of no lifing. That was like when we started to really stream full time and not have to worry about pro play anymore. And then we hit that point where we were just done, like done, like prancing in the field in power armor, like two-shotting Scorch Beast out of the sky, like a weirdo. I don't know. We're just doing so much damage, and Scorch Beasts were like the end game thing to kill for some stuff, and it was just pointless. Nowadays, I don't know. Fallout 76 is different. I haven't played it since, but I don't see myself really bothering to go back to it. But that was like, you know, it had something going on there, like that was all right.
Detected nearby.
Just unfortunately, like
Malfunctioning.
lacked too many other activities, because ultimately what you were doing was dropping a nuke on the golf course or dropping a nuke
Activated.
at the Scorch Beast place, and that was the only end game you had then. There's still not much end game in the game. Yeah, I don't think the audience they're trying to cater to in that game is the kind of looter shooter audience that like we would come to expect. It seems almost just like it's just Fallout Online, Fallout Online sandbox kind of, instead of the type of loops that a loot game needs to have.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
Did I play Anthem? Yeah. And Anthem had a really shitty loot system. That was a major problem. Anthem did have compelling flight and combat, which actually felt really well done. Like, it was probably the only part of the game that was well done. Like, the main story was whatever. The stuff you could do in the end game was, you know, whatever. Typical, like, open world patrolling and like harvest plants or something. You'd go on like a route to get resources for whatever reason. I don't remember why. They had the difficulty levels, which is a good thing, but they didn't do loot drops the way they needed to do loot drops, or they didn't even build like an item system that made sense. Imagine finding a legendary item that drops like, you know, at a super rare rate, and it can be bricked as soon as it drops, because it rolls with like plus 1% damage, and then your friend gets that same weapon, or some guy on Reddit gets that same weapon, and it's like his has plus 400% damage. Like a wide range like that on something that never drops? Are you fucking kidding me? You know? Yeah, the loot was super stingy, and it was just a fundamentally flawed loot system. It's kind of like getting purple drops in heroic in this game, because like, you know, the item's useless, but like it's even worse than that, because it's like, imagine if every exotic was like, you know, really strong in this game. Then imagine that exotic dropping and the bars are like all 0, and not only are the bars all 0, but like the talent is like 0 to 1% of like how strong the exotic actually needs to be. So, you know, it's just bricked and they can't fix it because they didn't have any sort of recalibration or anything like that. Like, you just relied on RNG entirely on an item dropping, and if it dropped with something great on it, that was it. Like, that's why this game has so many good support systems that these other looter games need to be paying attention to. Like, optimization is one that I would say other games shouldn't even bother trying. Like, it's a grind killer. But like recal, bench, and library, you know, those aren't bad. Being able to fix one flaw with an item is a really good thing, because like if you have items in the game where there are, let's say, 6 stats on them, and you can do something about that, well, now you don't have as much RNG looking for an item that's actually suitable for the build that you want to play, because you can fix some of the RNG through a bench. Same thing sort of goes down in like the Path of Exile game that I've been mentioning constantly, and that's like you can do all sorts of stuff to like craft your gear or reroll your gear. There's a lot of cool stuff going on there, and it's also a game where there's so much variety and so many moving parts that you're not looking to have maxed out gear with crazy rolls in every single slot. But you are just looking for things that have certain, like a mix of 6 different attributes, let's say, that are all like what you were looking for on the item. And those all being present alone on an item is fantastic. You can do things to influence that occurring. It's just great. You have like a really rich system that where you, like, it's not like not that hard to obtain something. You can also trade for things too, which, you know, you can't opt into doing or just forget about it. But the main thing is that, like, you gotta start with having a good loot system that like actually makes sense, and then you have to have content that also supports that in your end game too. Like, this game has good support systems for its loot. The loot's a little too simple, but like targeted loot is a smart feature. Really cool idea. Recal, bench, and library is a nice feature. Inventory management things, even that is something that's nice. Marking for deconstruct versus marking as favorite. Because when you give people a lot of loot, they gotta go through it quickly so they can move on and play the game some more.
This one's mine.
And going back to the discussion about like Anthem, Avengers, and all these other games, like so many of them mess up on so many of those fronts that like you can't have a loot game without like a good working loot system, like, and everything connected to that. Like it's as if everyone was just like looking at Destiny or what they thought they could do a spin-off of Destiny, but then just like didn't look at every other game that has solved problems like that before. Div 3 is closer than people think? Nah. Massive's too busy making other games to be doing a Div 3. A Div 3 will happen eventually, but I don't think it's happening at the same rate and schedule as their previous two titles. Division 1 2016, Division 2 2019. For the longest time I was like, well, it seems logical that Division 3 should be in 2022. But Division 3 will probably end up happening more like in a 2024 or 2025, considering that they're contracted to make way more money making an Avatar game and a Star Wars game. And the only good part about a delay for a Division 3 is that by the time they do end up making a Division 3, that like the majority of people that play on console should the majority of people that play on consoles should pretty much have been upgrading to the latest consoles, right? Because that is one of the major reasons why this game is only able to do what it's doing. It has to support the old consoles, which hardware-wise are basically ancient at this point. Imagine if I got a clause out from a named cache. That'd be really funny. I got a gift, but I can't even fix it. No. Oh man, that has 2 flawed stats. Oh wow, max crit chance roll, sick. That's so unfortunate. If this was crit chance or crit damage, I could literally just pump that and just be like, hey look, I have a DZ exclusive God ruled in my inventory and I never stepped foot in the dark zone. I wanted to have that happen and so bad, just to show people unaware of that. It's I think it's really funny. Yo, I missed this one earlier as well. The black masa, I think. So I read that one. There's the Prime Gaming sub, dude. Welcome on in. Appreciate it. A Division 3 to 5 years from now would be held back tremendously if they wasted their time trying to make it work on an old hardware from 2013. Like, dude, in 2 years, that first gen Xbox One and PlayStation, whatever number they're at, 4? They on 4? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Yeah, I think it's PS4, right? Yeah. That shit's gonna be 10 years old. Like, that's not gonna cut it. There's a reason why the Dark Zone can only support 12 people in this game.
EMP jammer destroyed.
Like, not only do they make small 12-man spaces, but you have 12 people. So you gotta think, like, worst case in the Dark Zone. If all 12 people in the Dark Zone meet up on console, and they spam the most visually expensive skills that there are, those consoles are probably gonna, like, blow up, you know? So if you had 24 people, or 36 or something really ambitious for, like, a future division, but, like, you know, you can't do that because you have to support 10-year-old hardware, then you don't get to have that cool feature, which is why if they were gonna make some sick Division 3, like, you know, you better hope that they only make it for the new stuff. It doesn't matter that, like, the old consoles have, like, basically penetrated the market and, like, everyone has one. You know, a new console just came out, so, like, in a couple years, 3 to 5 years, a bunch of people should have that by now. Or by then, I mean. Which then means the devs can, you know, be logical for them to just sell out new stuff, which then means they can make a more ambitious game that has a way better Dark Zone, let's say, or, you know, feels more alive because they can now have everyone run around and, like, show you how many people are playing the game, like, in a certain lobby. You don't see Division 3 until, like, 2025? Yeah, exactly, because they're busy with those other games. I've just been saying 3 to 5 years, just to give an example, because in 2 to 3 years, those, you know, the Xbox One and the PS4 has been around for 10 years, man. Those things are ancient.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
They hit me through the crack in the wall? Come on.
Serious trauma detected.
Bunch of elites that can headshot. They got helmets on. They hit me through?
EMP jammer destroyed.
There's an Avatar movie in 2022. And that seems pretty logical that the game would be around then. That makes sense.
Rogue striker drone
And
detected.
EA's license on Star Wars expires in 2023. Like, I heard that they, like, already lost the license. I didn't think there was, like, a time expiration where, like, people aren't allowed to, like, release their Star Wars games. This Massive's already working on the new one. Either way, like, it's good for the dev studio to have these other, like, you know, big players in media, whether it's, you know, Star Wars or Avatar stuff, that want a game in their... Oh, I should have stayed up there. That want a game in their, you know, in their IP and their intellectual property made by a team or a dev studio that's got, like, good track record from, like, a technical open world standpoint. It'd be really funny if Avatar and the Star Wars games were both like looter shooters, and like if they end up actually being like better than this game from like a RPG standpoint, it'd be super funny. Cause like new games to grind, like I'd be down. I don't know if they would do that, but it'd be super funny.
Multiple hostiles inbound.
Let's play more passives. I wanted to step out the closet so I can guarantee that if they were gonna drop something, that it would drop. Yeah, they haven't released anything about the Avatar game, but like that's fine. We'll hear about it when it's worth marketing. You know, E3, or next time that Ubisoft does their own conference. There's always a process of how these guys market their games. You haven't heard of anyone asking for an Avatar game? I mean, I haven't either, but don't underestimate the appeal of movie-based things. Some people are mega fans of their movie-focused content. Like, think of how many superhero fans played Avengers because it was Avengers and not because it was like a looter shooter. Like some game worlds out there, or just some, you know, imaginary world that somebody came up with is something that in media that will just like have value to people. I don't know how big the Avatar fan base is, since I'm pretty sure there's only one Avatar movie, right? And I watched that an eternity ago. Or if just like someone said in chat, like they're literally just gonna use it to promote the movie or have the movie promote the game or a combination of the two, then it's just trying to make it's them, whoever's behind Avatar, both movie and game, just trying to make sure that like everyone's aware of what they're doing. Like mechanically, it'd be really cool if, like, for whatever reason, it was like an RPG or something. Around the time that comes out, like, I know I'll probably stream it. I like playing new games, and curious to see how Massive does with these other games. I need to put directives on, right? I have 4 on right now. I'm gonna put on another 2 so I can get this challenge done. How do the challenges work here? Is it just... Oh, you just do them all to go all the way through? Completed challenges and rewards reset every time you complete floor 100. Oh, so basically the way I'm going to play it is I'm not going to bother doing all of these and reset them at 100. You know, limping in and getting some of this stuff for free, that was cool, but... Might have done. I probably did a weekly project that had to do with the summit. Then that would make sense. That's probably where the exotic cache came from. Unless it was also from. Unless it was probably from the season track. Let's see. What's it called? Rewards track. Scorpio. No, maybe not. Exotic cache 95. A weekly 30 floors exo cache, yeah. I don't realize that because like I don't even bother doing floors because once we're floor 90, we're not gonna ever go up or below ever again. We can get rid of the map and we can get rid of regen. Also, wait, hold on. Oh, I just put 7 on. The only ones that are annoying are down here. I like never armor kit. What happens at floor 90? I just sit there and farm it all day and never go down or above. That's all. Alright, this floor we should always be going upstairs.
High-risk target approaching.
He ran away.
Rogue bombardier drone.
Got some foam launcher, guys.
UAV's going out.
No, hit the shot. Yo. Got the mop. This is why we gotta hit harder, because you see how like we're not kill chaining guaranteed. That's the downside. The mop. How's the new account going? Pretty damn well, man. Literally our first exotic cache gave us a memento, so that was absolutely huge. That's like your stock's going up 100% on the day. Like it's just we're just cruising now. It's great. You know, gear's still scuffed, but like just a matter of finding the same items with higher numbers on them. Hey, look, a contractors. That's what we were looking for. Well, there it is. Another one of those. I'll just slap that one on now. We lose some stats, kind of, but we got the Fox, got the contractors, got the punch strong, got the memento, got the chain killer, and some scuffed holster. Cool. Fantastic. New account RNG? Not really. Put it back on Walker again? Where's Walker? I keep telling you guys, it's just not as hard as it's made out to be. The game has gotten very easy.
System breach.
I will say the memento bag drop was lucky, for sure. Like, I don't know how many exotics are in this game, but we haven't naturally unlocked all the other exotics in this game, so my odds of memento are higher from the exotic cache than if I... Wow, did we just get another chain killer? Sick.
Let's see how they like this.
Can someone do G-Girl a favor? And type in the hero command for her?
Critical systems exposed.
Guess we got another chain killer.
Gun is dry.
There. Coming.
Yeah, exactly. Not having all the exotics in the drop pool has definitely made my odds of getting it so much better.
Data transfer halted.
Oh god, the drive-by. Guys, relax with the flanking. Should be able to armor up. Should have kept my shield equipped, actually. I could have healed my shield. It's the problem with such an open space against Black Tusk. And this made directives on stuff. On a headshot build, like, well, the headshot build be fine. Now we're good. Pretty sure G-Girl is like, reminds me of somebody I know that would just relentlessly troll chat because it's too easy to troll chat, and especially in this game. Alright, here you go. Let me just do you a favor because you're just being stupid. I'll save you guys all the trouble. This game is cross-platform with Xbox. Yes, it is. Sorry, yeah, you're smoking crack.
Tech detected.
Sending in drone.
Rogue sniper turret detected.
Yeah, this game should have had crossplay, but they never went for it. It's pretty much like the standard going forward for a lot of mass market games. Especially on the PV side. right. An ambush one?
Multiple
Yeah.
hostiles inbound.
It's funny how on our way to floor 90 where we can farm really well that we have basically every fundamental item that we want to use. It's just, it really does make me laugh. You're late into the life cycle of this game? Or no, never mind. You think it's too late into the life cycle of the game to add on to it. No, it's not late for them to add on to it, but they're choosing not to add on to it. That's why we have the Opti station. Massive's gonna be too busy printing money with Avatar and Star Wars to have any of their dev resources still working on this game. So we're not gonna see an expansion, and we're probably not gonna see a sequel for like a good while. Easily 3 to 5 years from now.
Tango spot.
It's unfortunate because, you know, anyone who's played this game since it came out wants more stuff, but if the game was dead or not supported, we wouldn't be able to play it because the servers would be shut down. The game is going to cease development in terms of actual content, so you could argue that that's like a definition for a game being dead or not supported. Working at Massive, dude. If they were located not in Sweden but here somewhere, like I would have considered it. Like that would be cool. That's not. I'm not saying I don't like Sweden or anything. Sweden's pretty cool, but to move across the world for a game dev job, have to climb a corporate ladder up there. Cause like I'm just gonna be in any position of like greater responsibility or power to actually shape the game's direction for however many years it would take till like I got to the point where you know we could have more of a say in something. Red Storm? So Red Storm in North Carolina, that's kind of cool. They're not the main devs of this game though. I'm not sure what it's like in North Carolina, but did sound kind of interesting. It was like a thought, but like would be kind of cool. But again, it's still like you're moving across the country for a game dev job, so like you really want to like go and do the thing because game dev jobs aren't gonna be comparable to just a typical corporate like coding job or something, you know.
Tougher than this.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
At the very least, you know, like I'm happy to get feedback on whatever, which is why it's cool that I got into the ETF thing.
Road grinder firefly detected.
If I can't drive decisions, at least like, you know, the privilege of signing an NDA so that like, you know, let's say, you know, give them some early feedback that could hopefully shape the game the right way, like, you know, is heard at the right time if they seek it, but it's still ultimately those studios, like, it's their game, their decisions. And if anything you come up with or anything you see wrong with it can somehow make its way in, I mean, that's dope.
Perfect, right there. That's where I'm...
I just had to go downstairs.
Smart ass break this crappy armor.
Damn, jab with 1,000 biddies. Thank you so much, dude. Watching you play is like watching a good pool player. You make the shot and you're in a perfect position to make the next shot. Next thing you know, the table is clear. Well, that is the fun of playing a headhunter in this game. Is if you can make those decisions in real time in this game with enough time and practice and understanding the game and all that, then it, you know, I actually do get it. Like, yeah, it can be just like that. Wow, we just did all the challenges in that category. And I am not going to bother with this other category. I guess we could put that one on, right? Level 63. Am I trying to be a game dev? So like, I used to work full-time as a dev, but like, not for gaming specifically. So from a technical standpoint, like I could do it. But then there's like the game design aspect where being the guy that tries to come up with systems and things that make sense, like it's cool, like it's fun to talk about. We've done so much discussion on that stuff in this chat on Twitch, and because we've played so many games that are in this genre, like we play all of them, and a lot of you guys have been along for the ride, from Division 1 to Division 2 to Fallout 76 to Anthem to like all that stuff. Like, get to the point where, like, you know, like we have a pretty good understanding of how the sausage is made because of all the decisions that get made behind the scenes and what can be done to make things better. The thing about game design is like anyone can come up with rules for a game, but you gotta like find ways to like not just be creative with them, but like be able to, you know, discuss them, iterate on them. Not to mention, like, from a dev standpoint, when a game designer actually has something they want to get done, they also got to find dev resources in their company or whatever that would actually, like, be able to build it, because the people that design something aren't the same people who write the thing. In all cases. You know, one guy draws up the blueprints, but you got a bunch of other dudes that pour the cement and everything else, you know? That's another thing too, is like, let's say I did work a game dev job at Red Storm or Massive or something, then like I wouldn't be allowed to stream the game, I think, and that's kind of dumb. Like, obviously it makes sense to, like, you know, the conflict of interest, kind of, maybe, like, I don't even know. There's gonna be like some weird stuff with that, which they prefer to avoid, right? But I used to stream when I was working full-time, because I play games in my free time. Like, the stream just comes on when I decide to play. That's like always been the case over the past 5 years. The only reason we're not working full-time now is just because of our time when we went to go play pro. Not being able to stream as a dev would be weird because it could get you viewers. I mean, it would get you viewers in the game that you're a dev for, because people want to ask you questions about the game and what's happening all the time. But you are contractually obligated not to share anything that's not already public, so then... So yeah, things get a little weird, I don't know. Div 2 is still popping. I wouldn't call it popping. Div 2 exists.
Hostage situation nearby.
Target reach.
Always someone trying to get my bait.
You're a fan of a regular corporate dev job, no crunch, no pressure, just 2 weeks of work and a 3-week sprint. Yeah, like the typical corporate dev jobs are like pretty damn cushy, not gonna lie. Like that was nice. It also is nice when like you're on a team that like you actually like to work with and hang out with and stuff, or being around like a particular topic that you might actually have a lot of interest in as well. Like that's cool. Corporate dev work is just, you know, when you release something, you could be working on something that no one's ever gonna know about outside of your own company. So that's how it was for me. It would be kind of cool to be like, damn, I made that can. It's like, oh yeah, that cool, I don't know, feature or item or whatever in this RPG game that everyone's playing. Yeah, I made that. That's dope. But that kind of privilege, at least from like a AAA dev standpoint, is it's like
Shade tech detected.
UAVs are up.
Rogue sniper turret detected.
it won't be as cushy and
Rogue assault turret.
definitely more demanding. Not to mention if like you're really into the game that you're working on, if you're not in a position where you actually have that much influence to create something for the game that's like you yourself want to really want to see in there. Well, that's kind of rough, right? Like if I was a massive employee in year 1 and I was really proud of like the loot system in year 1, and then I had to reluctantly work on a loot system for year 2 and simplify the hell out of it to where it is today, I'd, you know, being who I am and how I want to see a loot game, like I wouldn't want to be the guy making that loot 2.0 and being like, I had to do that. Sorry, boys. Obviously, there's gonna be a crowd that actually does like Loot 2.0 because it's easier to get into and stuff. But same time, once you're working in that space, like it is your job to do that stuff. Whatever you gotta do.
Sniper in.
Grinders only? Nah, it's not like, it's not really about it only being appealing to people that want to play a game full time. It's about making sure that you don't sacrifice complexity all because, like, making sure your game sticks to like what it was trying to achieve and not doubling back because you had a bunch of people that belong to some other game's audience come in that, like, you want to, as much as you want to appeal to everybody, you can't. Like, not everyone can like you. The same thing with just like in life, it's cater yourself to a particular niche or audience, and that's that. If you cater your game to everybody, sure, you might make more money, but at the same time, you're gonna lose the identity of the game in the first place. No one's really happy. Like, just think of how the game is now versus how it was, and think of the PvP crowd in Div 1 versus the PvP crowd in Div 2. Think of day one Div 1 versus what Div 1 looks like now. Like I would say Path of Exile has a lot going on and is casual friendly. But also has things that are hardcore that appeal to hardcore players, because if you can appeal to like everyone in a smart way where you like don't sacrifice like the qualities of your game that make the game what it is, then it's a way better approach than essentially reverting a game from a reasonable complexity, like I was saying, like how we were basically like in high school in Div 1, or sorry, in Div 2, year 1, and now we're back in elementary school, like we got held back a lot. It's too much of a directional shift. And I'm pretty sure it was made to just be like, well, you know, set up the game for lack of a year 3, because this game hasn't changed much at all since the expansion dropped, right? Now we pretty much know why, because they got the whole Star Wars thing going on and the Avatar thing going on. This game worth playing? Is the endgame any good? If you like PvE, sure. If you never played it before, play it. You can also find it on sale. If you've got, you know, 1,000 to 1,000 hours like the veterans do, then you'll run out of stuff to do. But if you're fresh, then check it out. The things we're talking about and complaining about don't apply to you because you're new. They only apply to people that have been around for thousands of hours. Or that have been around for at least the entire game's lifespan.
System breach initiated.
I hit both at the same time? Sick.
Critical systems exposed.
PvP in this game? Pretend it doesn't exist. Div 3, no one's heard anything about it, but probably not for another like 3 to 5 years minimum. The only reason you might like this game's PvP is if you're the type of player that likes to talk shit to people. If that sounds like the type of player you are, then yeah, you might like it. If you don't care at all to interact with people that you're killing, except for killing them, then you'll probably get really bored really fast.
Accessing server. Field terminals detected nearby.
The chicken running or the chicken dancing, yeah. You should see there's actually like a way to make it really stupid. Watch somebody show Macho on his stream. It's like the guy's this game's netcode versus the way like you can move your character and have it show up in a really strange way on someone's screen. Makes for some really stupid. Cancel this. Really stupid movement. The armor kit did nothing. If you see the type of chicken dancing I'm talking about in Div 2, I think it definitely qualifies as worse than Div 1. I didn't know you could break this game that hard. With its movement. Not very many people do it or whatever, but it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of dumb stuff in this game. Armor directive's bugged? That makes sense. I'm gonna turn the directives off when I get the 90 anyway. And then put on the ones that are like absolutely free so I can just farm.
We're coming for you.
Build Headhunter. This game hasn't changed since the last time you were here, so meta stale. The point of this was to like one, have him to do, two, show how easy this game has gotten and things that new players can do to get caught up real quick. Like we're, I don't know, 10 hours into, you know, the level 40 endgame experience and... Oh, come on. Well, like 10 hours in like the level 40 endgame experience and out here with like what, 7 directives in this summit right now on heroic. You played Div 1 and found it had potential but lost interest having a lack of endgame. I mean, Div 1 had definitely less of an endgame than this. This game at least has like 2 raids. Wow, that was a suicide. Really? You're gonna spawn on top of me and blow up? Sick. One thing about this game, there's no community. Yeah, it's a very small one. But you can blame it on the fact that nothing has changed since March of last year.
Rogue striker drone detected.
For a PvE-centric game to thrive, it needs to have regular updates and content drops. And I'm not talking about the type of updates this game got that barely did much to it. I'm talking about like significant changes that like revitalize people's desire to come back to the game like basically fresh. That's the biggest issue. Like, you just have to look at Path of Exile's leagues that come out every 3 months on a consistent schedule and compare that to their activity stats or player stats that they, that Steam has publicly out there. Like an idea of what happens when something like that drops every 3 months. You can see the resurgence of the player base coming out, and people have their fun with the content and whatnot, and there was going to be a fall off because it's a PvE game. It's not going to stay on forever. People will eventually achieve their goals, right? But that's why you release on a constant, like, 3 month schedule or so. Fresh new characters to make, new builds and meta changes, overwhelming amount of content that already exists in the game that you can go and run through and do and whatnot. You could play it entirely solo, you could try to play it with friends. There's always a greater discussion at play of all the different things, like the new builds that you can do, or a crazy new item that you crafted or something. Like an item showcase. And then compare it to the discussions in this game where you had Boney come out. People got it, people complained, some people got banned for damage exploit or whatever. And player fall off. Player count fell off pretty hard. Then there was a small resurgence when the raid came out because people wanted to see it. And then now you have anyone remaining who's just playing the game because they like playing the game or has unfinished business, or people that are buying the games that's on sale. But the game fundamentally hasn't changed since March of last year. I'm not playing Path of Exile because even though the game is really good, it's not a game that's healthy for my stream. I'd have to grind it really hard and find a way to stand out in that game because it has a larger community on Twitch. This game's community is really small on Twitch. It's pretty easy to stand out. I've also played it for a long time, so I know everything about it. Path of Exile is going to be a process to like relearn everything that I knew and learn all the stuff that I don't know. And to go from playing shooters to a top-down action RPG is pretty hard to like pull off because when it comes to this game, the audience is generally more loyal to the game and not the stream or community they're part of. And like I get it, a lot of people are in the crowd that wouldn't watch something if they don't actively play it themselves because some games are not that entertaining to watch. Like Path of Exile. Could be argued that it's less interesting to watch than this game. Because at least in this game, you have guns you can shoot and stuff. It's a little bit more approachable from a viewer standpoint. But that game has a way bigger audience, and so that's why it's generally higher on Twitch on average. Like when this game has an actual content drop, it spikes up. Upper thousands to tens of thousands on day one and starts to fall off pretty quick afterwards because at the end of the day it's still a PvE game. The community is split across multiple platforms and this game is just really niche anyways. More so than Path of Exile, although I would imagine that we would know 100% because we don't know the player count numbers per platform in this game. Am I going to be playing Outriders? 100%. You're surprised I didn't play Rust with G? I mean, I have Rust. The real problem is no one's got enough clout to get me on that server, dude. I didn't feel like playing any games in the beginning of this month. when I probably had a better chance of getting on that streamer server. And at this point,
Incoming. High risk hostile.
it's probably too late to get back on there. Or get on there, because so many more people want to get on there since the state of gaming as a whole on Twitch is like really stale. But I would have wanted to play Twitch. Or, not Twitch. I would have wanted to play Rust. Because it seemed pretty chill. Gonna play with G. Become a degenerate scrap gambler like everyone else on that on that server, and oh, there you go. Easy content.
Detected.
Come on. Is Myth my teammate? I mean, sure, he's on TSM, but it's not like... It's not like everyone that's like on TSM is like, yo, get me in there, coach, you know? Got a bunch of gear again. Oh boy, we're finding lots of stuff. Name myself Solid Kitten. I would have done that, yeah. But yeah, just because everyone's part of the same org doesn't mean like I see Myth every day or Hamlin's every day and like we all live in the same house or something, you know? Just part of the same org, but stretched across different regions. This is floor 90. So now we just farm. You gotta remember not to kill everything. It didn't take too long to get to floor 90. Considering the state of my build. Sucks, I need to be upstairs for this room. I guess I could like stop going for loot if it's not a chain killer. Insane headshot damage. You don't need a clip for that. All you need to know is the headhunter talent on your chest.
Nearest target approaching.
I've explained it a million times throughout returning to stream this game, and I'll explain it again. All that matters in a build in this game is what chest and basically what chest talent you have equipped, and your backpack talent. But since we're using Memento, it's not even about. It's not even about the backpack talent. It's just like free survivability.
What needs fixing?
Kill the boss, ignore these guys. His name is Bad Joke. Okay, and then we go back to lobby, boom.
Serious trauma.
Yeah, exactly. Think of the 200 to 300 people that have been here for a while. Hearing the words Headhunter, Memento, Liberty. They're gonna be dreaming about it later. Alright, so anyways, floor 90 is set. Let's go back.
Safe area detected.
Probably need to go and build up the library.
Good to see you. You need to craft something?
Nice. Yeah, sure. Let's just pull out the hand. Like, why not? Build up our red stack collection. Style weapon damage, fantastic. Max crit chance. Wow. Look at that. We already have all the red stats for backpacks. Love to see it. Twelve crit damage gloves. 6 crit chance gloves. A whopping 7.5 on that, sure. 10 skill damage, whatever. Wow. If I just want to have a max Petrov holster, I could just put crit damage on that. That's crazy. So, like, from a stats perspective, that's cool and all, but it's Petrov, so, like, I don't care, you know? I'm not gonna use LMGs. Nice, those are maxed out. Holsters are looking good. making this in a YouTube series. That's like the point. Because yeah, we've been playing for like 30 hours on this account, and it's balling out of control. The rest is just gonna be a shade grind. Like, I could keep making my build better, but I actually don't even have to. I might have to. Or at least try to get like the max weapon damage and headshot damage in every slot. Like, that could be nice, because I do want to make sure that I'm one-shotting things. I can throw everything else out. So many Petrov pieces. Then we have this guy. 13-9-6-1. Let's headshot. Can ditch that guy. See, what I want to do is kind of twofold. It's like I'm probably just gonna have to like upload the raw VODs for anyone that wants like actual proof of like literally everything we did from 0 to hero, or at least highlight them at Twitch at the minimum. And then oh man, that's such a bad backpack. We found some stuff that had a chance. But then like find a way to like summarize them at different stages of the grind. Like, you know, one for the 1 through 30. Another one for the 30 to 40. Then one for the endgame type of deal. Because each stage in the game has kind of like a bullet point list of things that I did that helped out a lot. Or loot to throw away. What else we got in here? Teen. That the grind for Memento? Yeah, it literally came out of an exotic cache, my first one. I didn't even realize that I could get an exotic cache for doing 30 floors of the of the summit, and it came out of that. If I did have to grind for it, like, I would eventually have gotten one anyways, because what you would do is go for backpack targeted loot and just grind until it dropped. But we had a nice little shortcut to success there, so like, just got lucky. Sometimes that's all it takes. If we didn't get lucky, then we would still be at all the way up to floor 90, farming floor 90 for you know, farming floor 90 until it dropped, because that would have been really important. Oh my god, dude. That's like the best LMG to be running solo, just for like killing stuff. But like, you don't want to use that these days. Fully God rolled Mark 46, but it kind of sucks. I'm up. It's crazy how quick you find some of this stuff. You just get the manhunt and just go to the summit, yeah. The manhunt is just like trickle in content that's gonna like that you do for, you know, you don't have to worry about. Just do it later if you really wanted to. All you really need to do is get to like level 40, right? So as a new player, you should do all the story content on level 1 through 30 and then do all the story stuff between 30 to 40 and then just go do the expansion, do all that, and that took 20 hours roughly, and that wasn't so bad. But once you're 40, like, your priorities are going to shift to your priorities are going to shift to just making sure you have a good build, because when you have a good build, you can do what the hell you want, and you can do it fast on the highest difficulty as well. Collecting a bunch of stats just because I can. I should probably consider collecting the talents. I don't know yet. The best thing to do when you are in the end game of a game like this is just figure out what you can do to improve your character's strength, right? So when you're fresh 40, you need to build. Figure out what kind of strong build you want to work with that can scale you into the highest difficulties, and that will then, that's kind of like going into a gold mine with a, like, with drilling, with a drill. Then you can get, you know, get rich and do whatever hell you want afterwards, right? If you go into a gold mine with just your bare hands, like, good luck getting that gold out. You need to have a farming build. That's like the priority number 1 in every PvE game. Just figure out what's really good for farming and rock it, and then you're set. Throw this one away. Care about the rest? Probably not. That's why I rush the builds that I rush. Because, like, I know how to use them, and I know that they scale really well. And... oh, wow. Drop that for now. Boom, 1510, just like that, right? Actually, I should have done this one. Got the crit chance on there too. Oh well. Alright, cool. Red stats are piling up. Love to see it. What we're using before, don't need it anymore. Another 10.65. Wow. So for whatever reason we wanted to go for handle instead of crit chance, then like we can do that. But the pistol, the Liberty feels like a pistol that I need to use crit chance on instead of handling. If it was on Regulus, I would just go with handling. At some point, you know, we're going to care about our mods a little bit more. The red ones anyway, don't care about the yellow ones. Yeah, we're playing a skill build on the scout. I should keep that. Oh, that works now. We're just gonna go reviver, armor, repair, and eventually be like a health mod or something, but you know, just fill the slots up. Anyways, as far as like regular items are concerned, like if you play on heroic and you're playing efficient, getting a really well rolled holster with a bunch of red stats everywhere ends up being so easy. Like this is one of the easiest slots to fill. Every slot except your backpack and your chest are really easy to fill. But then when you start farming for contractors and Fox's Prayer, even that's like really easy to fill. And even same with this. If I go farm for Douglas, like I'll get a god rolled named item in these 3 slots really quick if I farm efficient. The hardest thing to max out in this build is going to be the chain killer.
Anything I can do for you?
At some point, you know, we'll pump this with something to make it stronger. Scorpio, slap that in the stash. We're probably not even gonna use... Oh, we gotta save that though. That's the leveling headhunter chest. Get rid of the mod? Yeah, I guess that's fine. We have a reason for keeping level 30 gear in there, and that's because I'll eventually need to make new characters. Friend referral equipment cache, nah. Stinger, it's level 30, don't care. This is our old vigilance bag. I guess we'll just keep this trash in there until we replace it. And that thing kind of sucks too. Alright, shade rank. Honestly, at this point, maybe bring this out. No. Put a 15 weapon damage on here. Well, now we have an 8.1 now. 8.8, 8.0. 0.4. Get those fractional increases in there. Got 3 crit chance mods and 2 crit damage mods. And eventually we'll replace the ones that are bad with ones that are better as they drop.
Hey,
We'll get 10 crit chance from our watch at some point. We'll have a max of like 1800 gear and 5 from the gun. Like 33? Or like 33 with like 45. This will break 200 easily. Never rolled this. Let's put 15 weapon damage on it. Because we're on Headhunter, having max weapon damage is a big deal. Headshot's not as big of a deal. I would have done weapon damage there, but I forget why I chose not to. Guess the other idea was that I could optimize that one. I could have done the same thing there, but it's not a big deal. Just farm more of them eventually.
Need help, Craft?
Weapon damage wise, 90. Like it's already pretty good. And from the watch and a little bit on gear, it'll be like 150. Or 155? Yeah. Missing 1.4, missing 1.1, missing just 2.5, no, even more. 6.9. Plus whatever we get from the watch. And then a little bit on the pistol itself. Anyways, this directives are all on. Just go and hit some of these.
Hostile control point nearby.
We've got to build our trophy collection back up since we were AFK for a little bit. Is that the new Pog champ of the day? Next character to be a shotgun build? No. Every character after your first is just a... It's a mule, so the idea is that you...
Incoming hostiles detected.
use them to hold items for you. But these days, you use them to have lots of extra shade rank
Detecting additional hostile contact.
that you can spend for opposition. Convoy. I'm not gonna catch up to this one, I don't think. It's moving too fast. Probably hit season rank 100 after doing this for a little bit. TSM1 Siege, hell yeah, dude. Ah, shit, I put my shield away.
Incoming hostiles identified. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Gotta love it. This is what my open world loop looks like. You want 1,000 shade? I don't really watch Siege or anything, but what I do like to know and hear about is TSM on top, man. The TSM teams and all these different shooters lately are farming.
They think they can take us. Fucking help! They're almost on me!
There's a water source connected to a line on the national grid. Neutralize any hostiles and then activate the pumps to get the water flowing.
Is that a side quest up here?
Incoming hostiles detected.
I spotted a fountain on the roof. Looks bone dry. Guess the True Sons haven't figured out how to switch it on yet.
Want this? Ain't this? You want up?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Won't get by me!
What? Oh, these are the guys from the mission, I think? No, they actually spawn over here.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Okay. That was a really weird closet for them to spawn into. Division 1 beta was the most fun you had in the series. Those were interesting times. Completely new game, you know? Completely fresh and nobody knew how things would go.
Civilians in distress.
Yeah, we're like, what, 30 hours deep? And we're, just gotta get another 933 shade ranks. $932 shade ranks.
Damn fuck up if you ask me.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
I guess I need to start looking at loot that has arrows on it and delete everything else. Because we're starting to pick up stuff that doesn't matter. Heroic landmarks in the Dark Zone. Not every landmark is heroic in the Dark Zone. Dark Zone's slow.
You're right next to the Grand
And you can
Washington
have
Hotel.
people get in your
Here
way.
we go. That should get their attention. Head to the service entrance on the east side of the building.
One convoy equals one level. Uninterrupted farming. How do I get memento so quick? I have massive on speed dial.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
And next thing you know, I got one out of the exotic cache that opened. Yeah, that was some pretty sick RNG because, like, you know, there's a lot of exotics in this game, but like some of the ones you have to like get through their normal means before you can like farm for them.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
By not going for them, my odds of pulling the exotic I wanted out of the cache were way higher. So now it's just Convoy City out here. The Dark Zone is good for farming experience if you're slow at PvEing and have a server to yourself. But since not every landmark in the Dark Zone is heroic, and let's say you are fast at doing PvE, then you're not going to get that 586,000 experience you're talking about every single time you do a landmark. Only thing slowing me down right now is I don't have more fast travel points to work with. Like, the hell's that one going?
Hostile supply
Spawning right
convoy
here?
nearby.
Just I walked out.
Don't do this to me now!
Reason for technician, just free skill tier. It's the best solo spec in the game.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Hell are these guys?
Access key detected.
That was a territory. It's not about being alright at PvP to farm in the dark zone. I don't know.
Hostiles guarding
We're
location.
talking about efficiency here. If you spend any time having to kill somebody, you're wasting your time because you're not killing the landmarks to get your experience. If you're fast at doing all the landmarks to get your experience, not every landmark is going to be heroic. You have to step aside and hit some challenging ones and some like lower ones because there's nothing else on the map to clear because you're doing it too fast. So between having to waste your time with other players, unless you have the server to yourself, and having just a lesser quality of like experience per landmark, which can be done very quick, the dark zone is objectively worse than the convoy farm method. Now if you have some, I don't know, black market program that lets you shoot every NPC on the map with a shotgun, one-shotting everything through walls and across the entire
Guarded by
map of
hostiles.
DC and New York like some of these guys do on PC, then that's the fastest way to farm shade rank. But unless you want to literally cheat with the program to get your shade rank up, convoys should be the fastest.
Incoming hostiles detected.
City on fire!
Oh, they spawned over here. It's so awkward to headshot an NPC that's like on top of you like that. It's annoying.
Agent incapacitated. Agent killed.
But only the outcasts understand what it means to feel deserted.
RNG hitter? Yeah, I have no idea. Alright. Convoy there.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Solid hitting, solid headshots, yeah. It's funny because like the Eagle Bear was the weapon I basically used for like the rest of year one as soon as I got one. And that's also why my sub alert is one of the devs talking about. Basically, like, I was talking about me on the State of the Game like a while back. When they were talking about, you know, if you're not like me, hitting those solid headshots or whatever, whatever the line says, you know, you can contribute with skills.
Got you!
Oh, my convoy. Didn't anticipate that guy stumbling.
Hostile control point identified. Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
Oh, Swanson. Territory controls, they're definitely weaker than convoys. Convoys are just special. They give twice as much experience as is listed. This is why you do them. Okay, let's see, we got 329,000 at 5 directives. A convoy literally goes twice as much at that.
Civilians in distress.
If you treat every convoy on heroic 5 directives as just being like a literal like shade rank. So we gotta do 900 something convoys until we're 1,000 shade. And then we're chilling. Convoys is definitely a mind-numbingly large amount, but you know, you want 1,000 shade to get it over with, you do that.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
It's really annoying because I pissed off a control point. Oh, they're spawning back here again.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Friendly combatants nearby. Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, for fuck's
Serious
sake.
trauma detected.
Stupid
Agent down.
haze made it so my character turned way more to the left than I needed him to.
Don't try to run.
Okay, now we gotta
Immediate
get this
medical
before we get
assistance
beamed
needed.
across town. crack addicts. The guy's on the left.
Agent killed.
Fuck off. The hyena side of the map is, like, honestly cancer.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
That one's coming out. Cool.
Civilians in danger.
Yeah, if you can avoid it, don't even bother doing convoys on the hyena side unless you're desperate for one, because if it doesn't spawn on this side of the map. There's just so many fucking hyenas with cracked out shots, like gangster walking, just beaming you from billions of miles away. And the worst part is, not only are they cracked out, but they, you know, melee hyenas also have all that,
Additional hostile contact.
those helmets.
Won't forget.
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostile control point detected.
Relax. Just here for the convoy. Might not want to put 800 convoys in the YouTube video, but what if I take the footage and put it at like 4x or 8x fast forward? Let's say I did 1,000 convoys at 20 convoys an hour. So 50 hours of footage. God, that'd be so stupid.
Find cover. Come on now.
Civilians in distress. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Is there stuck behind a lock gate? Think? Yeah.
They're bleeding out.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Okay. Another one up here. Convoys give double experience, yeah. Am I really in the...
Danger.
Did I really do both raids worlds first? Yep. It's not the same raid team that did both worlds first. I'm the only player in this game that was on the winning team both times. First time was with a bunch of content creators and friends, and then second time was an entire team I built myself. And what's cool is that some of the dudes that got on the second team are also dudes I played with when Breakpoint had a raid. Like Maddox and Tyrone now technically have a world's first in 2 different titles, and then Flesh has had a world's first or 2 or 3, I don't know how many, in Destiny. He plays with Glad or whatever in Redeemed. And when he was on our team, gave him his second ever world's first as well. So that's kind of cool. Got some title holders. It's a couple games now, which is dope. Got 2 in this game and 1 at Breakpoint. Kind of cool to have 1 in Destiny, just because like I think that belt thing they do is dope, but I'd have to like grind that game, and I don't know about that.
Rogue agent detected.
Stressful running the raid? Not really. I actually really like how fucking how it is to go in blind with a raid or whatever and getting people to do stuff. The thing that was really annoying about the raid was that by streaming it and being in the position that revealed a lot, like it allowed a lot of people to catch up. Because we figured out something in one of the encounters that was like a complete blocker for like everybody else, and like by streaming it, people realized that they had to enter a bunch of codes in like this one section. That was the first raid, like the first raid boss encounter of the second raid was like a complete joke, and it was like, it made us laugh. We were like, is this really what this raid's gonna be like? Like we're gonna do this in like 10-15 minutes. And then the second one, it was just like a brick wall. The second encounter. Until the code part, but because I streamed and had it muted, but like it still showed, like, you know, being that I was in the control room, it definitely allowed a lot of people to catch up. I think, like, honestly, if I didn't stream it, or if I wasn't in the position in the control room to show that that was a thing, I think a lot of people would not have been as close to us as it was. Because, like, that's the thing about streaming a raid. It's like, as soon as somebody figures some shit out, it spreads. But yeah, the most stressful part about the raid anyways was on the third encounter. One of our, like, people were, like, getting DC'd and delta'd and whatnot. That's annoying. So we had to, like, basically idle there for a while. And then on top of that, one of our guys had to switch his internet to, like, a mobile hotspot because for whatever reason his internet went down that day. So that was pretty entertaining, but, like, dumb. You know, like, you can look back and laugh at it. But it was, yeah, it's like, just dumb.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Imagine, like, you need 8 fucking people, right? It's not like you got any reserve players to fill the gap. And, dude's internet goes down, like, thankfully could get on, like, a mobile hotspot. What's up, Ida? It's like right there. But that one's right there. I'd rather do that one. But if I like Destiny more, or if it was built in a way where I would want to play it more,
We need to
I definitely would.
before Black Tusk can move them somewhere safer. Head down into the sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room.
You know, if I was around since, you know, for Destiny 1 and 2 since day one for both of them, and like cared to invest time in it, I definitely would have a sweaty team for raid roll first attempts by now. If that was a game I cared to play.
System disrupted.
Because raiding in these games, like, it's really cool. Day one raids are like the most fun thing.
Vital signs critical. System reactivated.
This is really unfortunate.
Work will make you feel better.
Agent out of action.
The EMP ends up breaking my armor. I am playing Technician, so like I probably should remember to drop my hive, but we're gonna go down here because there's no shield.
Agent vital signs.
Lost my shield, lost my health, no one pushed up, and then they flanked. You can't recover if you're not killing your flank. Let's go up here. Destiny 2, you played it when they released new DLC. Once you complete it, it gets repetitive. I mean, yeah, that game is
Hostile control point identified.
definitely too shallow. Chase one number. Back to the control point zone.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh my god, the RC cars are coming. Why the pistol? Think about it.
Hostile supply convoy nearby. Incoming hostiles detected.
Another convoy in front of me. Strongest weapon you have? I mean, not just that. Strongest pistol you can get, that's not a raid weapon. Second strongest pistol in the game. But what else? Because it lets you play with the strongest shield. There you go.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Unfortunately, by not having completely maxed out gear and a Regulus, it's a little bit harder. still doable. Oh yeah, I'm shield. That's so dumb. Put the shield away, realize that directives are on, no armor kit. Back on the hyena side of the map where there's just so many fucking dudes everywhere.
Agent killed.
There's like 30 million NPCs that flank and shoot sideways, and I don't have enough damage to kill them all. Yeah, hyenas are fucking bullshit. It's so stupid. Alright, let's go back to this side of the map where things are better. Like, I wonder if it would help to actually conquer the hyena side of the map so I don't have to worry about their convoys anymore. Like, I wonder if you could influence the convoy spawns on the map or something by occupying the hyena side of the map. Because hyenas have helmets. Helmets ruin your chill your chill cane. Your kill chain. How do I keep doing that? How do I pronounce words with the letters flipped around? It's so weird. Chill cane instead of kill chain. I don't know. Weird. But yeah, your kill chain's the most important thing, which is why like sometimes you gotta be patient with your shots, and why you need to deliver enough damage to keep it going. Unfortunately, by not having Regulus, it's a lot harder. Shot in the hand. Why convoy's most experience? Yep. That's all it is.
Civilians in danger.
You're gonna need to get the access codes to the vault to recover the item the hyena stole from Air Force One. Our hyena insider says whoever's posted in the old CEO's office will have a key card that should give you access to the vault.
I mean, I don't really use the liberty to heal my shield like I probably should, but kind of, you know, you gotta headshot stuff.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
They really just teleport past me?
Incoming hostiles detected.
Spawn in there? Where's that outside? Stupid scripting of this mission because it's manhunt. You walk by and activate, so I don't want it to activate. Or if that caused them to spawn over there. Are they back here? This is wasting so much time because the fucking game is spawning things in dumb places. Like, I think they're supposed to spawn out of this. I guess it's just gonna be like this. The mission broke it.
Hostile control point nearby.
I'll take him out.
Next game you're looking forward to, you know, Outriders. It's the next one on the horizon.
Poison should have killed you. I'm gonna right that mistake.
They won't see another day. Why you can see a
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Another hit and I'm gone.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Wow. Fire's roasting this guy.
Civilians
All right, back in business. And go figure all the convoys on the map. It's just a hyena went up there. Here we go again. Oh, you get damage for body shutting stuff. I didn't even realize that. Body shot friendly pistol, headshot somebody, consumes all the damage bonuses and gives you shield health back. But we're not using this gun for that. Also take a line, I guess. Spawning behind me. That's everybody? Yeah. Now I'll have to fight my way through that. God, leave me alone.
Serious trauma detected. Agent incapacitated.
Ugh, I just want to go get the resources.
Agent killed.
Yeah, give me the resources. We out. Hyenas are so fucking annoying, dude. Alright. Let's reset the control points so that maybe a convoys will spawn somewhere else. Fast travel there, and then maybe the map will wake up. Whole map is still manhunt. That one. Come on, game. Let's see, I wonder if we should conquer those, conquer this, and see what happens to the convoy map, I guess, maybe? Doesn't want to do it. Let's go back to doing something like this.
Hostiles guarding location nearby. Incoming hostiles detected.
Spawning up top.
are trying to flank us!
Access key detected.
Really? Crazy. Prior to just doing convoys, what we used to do is just hit these territory controls. Because all you have to do is kill like 2 waves and open a box.
Hostile control point identified. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Flying drones now!
Access key detected.
Okay. If you have maxed out supplies, convoys spawn back. Yeah, I don't own a control point, so I don't know about. I haven't even heard of that before. That doesn't sound like a thing at all. The game isn't gonna spawn stuff because you're full on. Because you're full on a resource. I've been full on a resource like this whole time. How long does it take to get 1,000 shade rank? Depends on what you do. Depends on what you do and how fast you can do it. It could be like, I don't know, 50 hours. It could be 100 hours. It could be even longer. Depends on whether or not you're playing the game for experience or not. If you're playing to get your shade rank up and that's all you do day in, day out until you get 1,000 shade rank, then you'll get there pretty fast. If you play the game without any goals outside of just playing the game to play the game, then it might take you like a couple months. But, yeah. The amount of time it takes to get it depends. What difficulty you play on, directives, your understanding of the game, whether or not you're even focusing on getting experience or not.
Odessa Sawyer's daughter.
This is crazy, like they're actually not spawning. I'm just gonna do like a mission or something, I guess. Guess I could do the invasion. Slow. Sure. Convoy's the best experience, yep.
Civilians in distress.
We need to retrieve the antivirals before safer. Head down into the sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room. We rigged explosives there that should get
Clearing the
inside
invasion's gonna
perimeter
make it so I don't get any
once
more
you detonate
Black Tusk open world events, so that's like kind of a bad thing, but whatever.
them. Okay, now find the detonator. The explosion should cause a cave-in
Actually,
just inside the wall of the base.
whatever happened to those spawning? I think it was 495,000. Let's just clear these,
Hyenas are
actually.
firing on civilians outside the medical camp on Constitution Avenue North.
Yeah, I should do the side missions. Here's a side mission from the 1 through 30 experience, but like they're gonna be scaled below 40. Let's just do those. See how much they give. 500k is a lot. If that's like per year. That means directives are applied or not. It's just weird that the map randomly decides to stop generating convoys. Because all you need for the map to generate convoys is for the map to be hostile. So much stuff on this map. On a first account.
We've got hyenas unloading on civilians outside the medical camp.
Get over there and give them support, Agent.
Changing mag. That showed him. This isn't over yet. Not by a long shot.
I can fix it, but I'll need new parts. There must be some lying around this camp. If I can't get this turret back up and running, we can forget about holding this position.
Arms components identified.
Grab whatever you can find.
Area depleted.
2 boxes, kill some stuff.
There's gotta be more parts around here.
Arms components identified.
Side missions, I guess, are not allowed to scale the heroic or anything. Fortunate.
Area depleted.
That can't be all of it. Keep looking, Agent.
Headhunter is one of the best talents in the game, so the only downside of Headhunter is the fact that enemies have helmets and stuff, so it's not really like good all the
One
time.
final sweep and then head back to the turret.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Got 1 box. Guess it's probably there. I missed one over here?
Area depleted.
All right, now deliver those components.
I don't remember the side quest at all. Like, I did this one time. Ever.
You're a saint. Now we just need to fix this damn thing before it's too late.
Not
Keep
gonna
him
let
busy while I
anyone
jury
get
rig
me.
this thing.
I think. Yeah, this makes sense now. I think I remember. Shooting gallery. There's so many bodies. Wait, who's shooting at? Oh.
Solid. Solid. You carry me, bro?
Okay. Yo, what?
Move out, Agent.
Baka. Sorry, read that one. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Welcome on in, dude. Appreciate it. Alright, get this little side quest off the map here. What handgun is that? Just a Liberty. Exotic Deagle.
Shade tech cache on site. Problem is, the agent who went in to recover it has gone missing. I need you to head over to the National Mall.
Oh, there's some
find
convoys.
and recover that cache.
In, oh my god, why is everything in the hyena area? It's so stupid. Here's one that's not. Let's go there. I'm definitely considering clearing the hyena side of the map so I don't see those anymore. Could be a good play.
Hostile control point detected.
Oh, now you make the sound? Come on.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Wait, we got a contractor glove from that? Wow. Okay. That's gonna be better than this one because I can go 15.8, 8.8. Oh man. Just go roll it, I guess. That's so funny. Getting another contractors, not even looking for them. Oh, that's looking pretty good. Guess backpacks, I don't look at them really. Gear sets I won't use. Good on those. Good on those. We almost have full red stats maxed out in there.
Everything is priced to move.
B-Soft, what up, dude? Good morning. Things are spawning. Let's go. Kind of cool to have like a tactical segue to like drive around the map.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, I missed.
I need new armor.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Alright, level up. That one's gonna consume itself over there. That one's done. That one's patrol. Can't go over there. Oh man, that's disappointing. That one looks good. We'll run to that one. Stop teleporting away from me.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Sewer entrance over here, that's good.
Fire in the hole!
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Wave 3 and we're done. It'd be so much nicer if we had Regulus. Nice fancy explosions. AoE damage to help lower the health of everyone else around the guy that you kill, so next guy should get one-shotted.
Streets are full of dead people and live maggots. No hiding place for you.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Is this gonna spawn down here? No.
Gonna need a med pack, aren't you?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That's the combo. Press off the control point.
Serious trauma detected.
I'm getting beamed.
Hostile supply convoy detected.
Was that another one? No. There's mobiles going down this road though.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles. Incoming hostiles detected.
Come on.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent action.
All because of a suicider.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Shot from here. Finish them now! This is it! I'll open them up. I'll hit them.
There we go. We're back in it.
Hostile contacts.
More shooting from across the map over there. What the hell? This is crazy, dude. It's just pissed off like 2 convoys and a landmark, I think.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Alright, there we go. Pissed off a territory, might look at this one too.
Friendly combatants detected. Access key detected.
Whew. Getting a little wild over there. Season rank 90, shade 90. 10 more convoys to 100.
Agent, the civilian militia are fighting outcasts inside the greenhouse on Constitution Avenue. It doesn't look good.
Better get down there, Agent.
Waveform, you can make a skill build. Yeah, that's not happening.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Yeah, there's some parts of this game where enemies will always spawn out of a sewer like that, and you can definitely take advantage. Especially when it's a control point, it's hilarious. You still can't crack the meta. I mean, what they really gotta do is rework the RPG. If they want to change the meta.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Over the current build, Headhunter.
Light them up!
That's it.
Detected.
Got to be more careful.
Little guy called head under chest talent. That's all you need to succeed.
Detecting additional.
Yeah, you can go be a vendor gamer for the punch drunk, but farming, contractors, focus prayer, punch drunk. Anything that's a named item that's not a chest or a backpack is super easy. Very, very easy. It was just absurdly convenient for this playthrough that like vendors had things I could take advantage of to shave a little bit of time. Your buddy extracted claws out. You know what's really next level is opening a named cache and getting one from there. We're gonna play that territory.
Incoming hostiles detected.
This guy spawned down here. No? Vendors have. I mean, yeah, it's good to take advantage of vendors if they have something for sure.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, they're spawning over here.
Hostile control point nearby.
Should be the convoy, yeah. We'll do the territory control too since we started it.
Access key detected.
What's going on, Lotto? Okay, we might not make that one, but I'm gonna try. Ah, missed it. Could have missed that one. Target practice. Let's just do this thing right here.
Detecting additional hostile
They're
contacts.
spawning here.
Somebody must have been watching over us.
Why couldn't they leave us alone?
Broke bounty. I'll pick it up. Don't bother doing it though. Guess we're gonna go do more hyena stuff. Hopefully it spawns away from that control point. Or walks away anyway. You know, bounties used to be pretty good, like, beginning of this game's launch. That's because, like, there's such a many other issues in the game.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Hostile control point identified. Get medical assistance needed.
Hyena damage output's insane. I swear, every NPC that holds an SMG in this game just pops off. Oh, we got an exotic cache. Nice, dude. What's it gonna be? Imperial Dynasty. In other words, these are like... These are just free components, in my opinion. All right. There. We already have the 2 exotics that we want, so which is crazy. Like I thought I had to grind for the momentum, but like that was the freest bag ever. Liberty's easy to get. Hardest part's getting the high-end D50.
I can take you. Just where I wanted it.
What am I back? That's the exotic bag. Memento.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Time is it for me right now? Almost 11 p.m. on the West Coast. I want to get the shade 100 and then stop. Come on. Come on, boys. Come on. I do this bullshit? Sure. No, that's not worth it. In a really annoying spot. Could do it though. Let's do that. Public executions are pretty good because you just kill like 2 waves of enemies, same with territory controls, so I guess whenever we don't see a convoy that we can grab, then we just should go for the easiest territory or execution we can find. Get out of here.
Serious trauma detected.
I really set myself on fire.
Agent killed.
That's stupid. How's the endgame grind combined to leveling? I mean, a lot more loot to mess around with. More challenges and difficulties to work with. Hell, this is annoying because he flanked. Yeah.
Hey, that was the last one. Ourselves against anyone.
Oh my gosh, so many convoys spawning in the zone. Saw me in green. Yeah, we're grinding, dude. Got the only the exotic we care about. And technician should pretty much have all its points. You probably got to put them in.
Target near you.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles.
Oh my god, there's a bounty out there setting up on like a turret. Is that a turret? I don't even know what I'm seeing. These are two different convoys. This one is suiciders going to cover. Oh my god, dude.
Medical assistance needed.
You fucking guys are gonna spawn. This is insane. Trying to get these stupid token things. Get my shield back. How many more are there? My god. Oh, it's an elite one, that's why. Stop flanking me. Jesus Christ, dude. That was also, like, that was two convoys in the beginning of a bounty. Like, there was so much shit just stacked up in here. Who the fuck are these guys? What are these? This is another convoy? Yeah, it is.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Now the bounty's pushing out. This intersection is just convoy central, dude. There we go. I think we're 100 now, right? Yeah, we're 100 now. Yeah, we're shade 100, boys. Okay. That was just convoy, elite. Well, like, I wish it was always like that, but you know, a little bit broken apart. Give me a little break. Classic M1A. Nice 17 crit damage on that. Shouldn't be any backpacks we still need.
Good to see you.
To the stats that matter there. Let's grab that, I guess. Gonna max out there. Haven't seen a whole lot of how to cover damage stuff. A whopping 0.5 or 0.1 on the crit chance. That's funny. Nothing important. We got this guy. Or old guns from like a year ago. The crit damage mod. What about the 8.3 headshot? Alright, for armor repair, we gotta check that one. Shield health, nice. Get a little boost.
Always good to see you, Agent. Sorry I'm out of supply. You're welcome to use the crafting station. I'll catch you later.
Shade 100. Doesn't that look nice? It's clean number, you know? Very nice clean number. We still have to get the shade like 250 to get our weapon damage maxed out on that. I wonder yeah, I should probably just pursue getting, I don't know, maxed out weapon damage Fox's Prayer next time. And maybe get another punch drunk or something. Try and go for the named items to make them better, I guess. But it's, God, I can't believe how quickly we came up to a build that's like, it's already good. Getting shit done.
Here you go. Best gear in the city. Come take a look.
Oh God, what if we check our commendations? Unclaimed. It's not too many, right? I guess I'd have to do all the missions 10 times each, basically. I broke the UI. Okay. Alright, well, we broke it. Let's restart. $33 played, I guess. No recal on chest. I think... Oh, I never recaled it, really? I think I put weapon damage on it. $23,000 headshots, 9,200 NPC kills. What else was on there? Only looted like, you know, almost 2,000 items, and we're already almost maxed out on a build. Doing Heroic 5 Directive. Car doors closed, I don't know, 1. Time played, 1 day, 10 hours. According to the in-game thing. And that's with us also, like, it's taking the time to think about what else to do. It's not like we were speedrunning. Or we've, like, done this before to, you know, where we have each step mapped out perfectly.
Agent, Pilot Torres is cleared for transpo to Kenley College.
Safe area detected.
The biggest gains are going to come from... Wow, we really didn't recalibrate that. That's crazy. Biggest gains come from having weapon damage maxed out. Here, I'm broke. Joke's on you. That's what the Shade Watch is for. The random clan. Yeah, the random... Let's see what our experience looks like. I'm sure we're topping the hell out of those charts. Is the expansion worth it? Yeah. Yeah, sounds about right. 83 million. If this was oh man, when the new week starts, if we only do like 100 shade ranks a day or something like that, or we just do the full, like whatever's left, like full 1,000 in a single week, it'll be like, we'll be in the hundreds of millions, and then everyone else will just be like, what the fuck?
Glad you're here, Agent. I'm happy that worked out.
Who's the solid imposter of the clan? Well, the guy that runs the clan actually joined the chat and was like, yo, thanks for joining. And I was like, I joined for one specific reason only. You guys want to see why? Because I was trying to show my chat, like, you should join a clan as soon as possible. Look for one that's level 30 that is open. And then I was like looking through and hey, look, open clan, come and go as you please. We don't even talk to each other. It's just so you can be in a clan and get rewards. I was like, this is literally perfect. So that's the kind of clan you want. If you're trying to just fly through the game, don't give a shit, you know? Perfect. It could not have been any better. It was like the first page too, and you looked that far for it. But yeah, 100 shade and like 34 hours of gameplay. Not bad. I think that's a good stopping point. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon with more of this. Probably gotta like lose another 100 shade ranks. Or 200 of them, I guess. Or do a mix of 100 shade ranks and getting like God rolled gear, because like why not? But like I don't need too much crazy stuff, you know? Yeah, chat, thanks for hanging out. Follow the stream if you're new. Maybe sub to the YouTube channel for whenever this stuff shows up there. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, boys.